Después de un año marcado por la pandemia, sabemos que el mundo necesita soluciones transformadoras, sociedades más resilientes, inclusivas y sostenibles. De la mano de la Agencia para el Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de Córdoba, llega el quinto Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local. 5 días de transmisión en vivo. Más de 200 disertantes de América, Europa, Asia y África construyendo respuestas territoriales, adaptadas al contexto global. Territorios e innovación, desigualdad y pandemia, el futuro del trabajo y el trabajo del futuro. Del 26 de mayo al 1 de junio, el mundo se da cita en nuestra ciudad. Juntos tenemos futuro. No te lo pierdas.
Welcome to our fourth day at the Fifth World Forum. We're back again. Welcome, Mariana, and welcome, Franco. It's a pleasure to be here again. We are streaming live from Cordoba, Argentina, for the whole world. We have over 200,000 plays of our videos, and we're starting this week with great expectations, not only because of the speakers we have, but the issues we'll be addressing. So an honor to have you back here. We're many and we're all connected to work for a better world and a sustainable world. A big round of applause to everyone behind the cameras that is making everything possible. The team from ADEC that is hosting this event in Cordoba City, and all of the organizers and everybody who's been working to make this possible and available to the entire world. This initiative is supported by ADEC and is organized by an international committee comprised by the following organizations: the United Nations, represented by the UNDP, the International Labor Organization, the United Regions Organization, the United Cities and Local Governments, and FAMSI, and SEBRAE, the Brazilian Association supporting SMEs, the city of Turin, and the government of Cape Verde. This is always in coordination with the International Committee comprised by the following organizations: ADEC, the Municipality of Cordoba, and the government of the province of Cordoba, and the national government. Simultaneously, the roundtable organized by UNDP is starting now on circular economy and green economy. In the simultaneous activities that be conducted today, at 12:15, we'll discuss links of universities to local economic development organized by Latin American and Caribbean universities. At 1 p.m., strengthening management capabilities of local governments organized by the UNEP. And at 3 p.m., the activity on the legislative body, the legislative role on regarding economic development. You can see all of the information, and you can register via the forum website that is now on the screen. And on the website, you'll find also debate areas, the cafe, and the instant messaging applications through Instagram. You can also find the new trivia for this fourth day. And as you know, we've been working on the concept that we are all part of this change. And one of the questions that we're posing today is, what can you do from your place to create this change? So you can share your experiences, everything you've learned along the forum, and also all of the concerns you have, so you can use this question to make your contributions. Also, other achievements about some quotes on some people that have improved the life, the quality of life of this world. And life has to, I mean, we need the commitment of the whole world and all of the relationships. Mahatma Gandhi and other people are. You have to choose from these people, Dalai Lama, Mahatma Gandhi, who said this quote. And we're interested in number 7, that is about the proposers to be part of this change. So this is how you'll see the trivias on the social media, and the question, how can we change the world from our own contributions. This is a nice way to participate via the forum Instagram. We'll now begin with the first session today. Thematic line number 1, territory as the basis for innovation and economic innovation. This panel is organized by UCLG and FAMC. Production diversification mechanisms and new production models for cohesive and sustainable reactivation. This panel will be moderated by Hugo Salomon França. Hugo started working. He was a technical consultant for the UN Development Program and also international relations advisor for the government of Minas Gerais. Welcome, Hugo. Now the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Greetings from Belo Horizonte. It is an honor to participate in this panel. Congratulations on this wonderful forum that all of the organizations are giving us. Today, we'll have relevant politicians and representatives of the production sector, also from the academia. We'll be discussing how the pandemic crisis, how we can build mechanisms and solutions and bring about solutions that can provide or can help promote new mechanisms of production that have an impact on technical, ethical, and social aspects. Today, we have new mechanisms, new opportunities, such as solidarity and social economy, circular and economy, creative or orange economy, as we call it in Brazil, proximity trade, fair trade, among other mechanisms that can promote or support the process of economic diversification in territories. In this regard, for our panel, production diversification mechanisms and new production models for cohesive and sustainable reactivations, we'll have Oscar Chamat who's a civil engineer from the National University of Colombia. He has master degrees and PhD degrees in the same university. He's been working in urban innovation at different scales, from the municipality of Barcelona, and in the international field at a global level. He's a political actor and a researcher in the Metropolis Network. We also have Governor Carlos Maza Ratinho Jr., the second youngest government in the history of Paraná. He became involved in the political arena, and in 2006 he was elected federal representative. 4 years later, he was re-elected with the largest number of votes in Paraná. And in the Federal Congress, as a representative, he was elected leader of his party. He was elected again with the largest number of votes in Brazil. He has been a state secretary of development, of urban development. In his administration, he conducted over 960 works, and he was elected government in 2018, the governor of state of Paraná. He has a degree in marketing. He has a PhD degree from the University of Brasilia, Catholic University of Brasilia. We'll also have Pablo DC, who is the president and CEO of Volkswagen Latin America last October in 2017, and before he was the CEO of Volkswagen Argentina. In 2018, he completed the Imagining Efficient Board. In 2017, he completed the CEO program in the reactivation business school, and he was the president of the Argentine Chamber of Trade in Germany. He is a Harvard Business School graduate. He has an MBA in international management, and he graduated in accounting from the Northwestern University. He has an MBA specializing in finance from Chicago Loyola University. DC started his career in Volkswagen in 2014, and before this, he was involved in the financial and department at FCA. In the United States and Brazil, where he lived for 11 years, in Sao Paulo, Curitiba, and of course, in Belo Horizonte. DC, thank you for joining us. We also have Teresa Salcedo from the University of Colombia. She has a master in animal production from the Federal University of Pelota, Brazil, with a doctoral studies in agroforestry at the University of Matanzas, Camilo Cienfuegos, Cuba. For more than 10 years, she has been the dean of the School of Agricultural Sciences of the University of Applied and Environmental Sciences in Bogota, Colombia. She has been in the board of directors and also a researcher in animal production. She's been involved in urban development issues. She's the coordinator of the agricultural department from the Association of Universities of Latin America and the Caribbean, and for many years, she was the president of the Colombian Association of Veterinary Medicine. Thank you, Teresa.
Last but not least, we have a Peruvian politician, member of the Committee of Los Andes Regional Committee. He's leader and founder of the independent movement Working Together. And in 2010, he nominated for the regional and city elections, and he achieved the presidency of the regional government of Huancavelica. And he ran a very emerging markets policies, attacking the chronic malnutrition in children, and he's currently has a public policy that is focused on making of Huancavelica the main organic region and achieving the bicentennial in equal conditions with other regions. Thank you so much to everybody for being here with us and for the participation. And let's begin with Governor Maciste Diaz. It's a pleasure for us to have you here with us. Two basic things we'd like to ask you to begin this conversation, and they will be a sequence of 8 minutes each. So you have a project to make the region the first organic region in Peru and in South America. How is that proposal, or how can you relate that proposal with the transformation of production models, and how can other regions get inspiration and replicate this proposal that you are that you have? And considering the social consequences and economic consequences of this pandemic, how can we ensure that the localization of economic development do not get lost on the way, and they can leverage with the post-pandemic economic recovery? Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. The floor is yours. Good morning, everybody. In Peru, it's 6:16 in the morning, 6:17 in the morning, 3,800 meters above sea level. Huancavelica has a territory of 22,000 square kilometers. The population is 3,500 people, rural population of 70% of the rural population. 17 biodiversity regions, 650 lakes in the Huancavelica region. It's the second region with the biggest bodies of water in agriculture, 211,000 hectares, with irrigation only 20% of that. The farmers, we have 75,000, just about. Potato, the native potato, more than 500 different varieties of native potato, 25,000 hectares with that. Ducks and grain, 15,000. The productive biodiversity in Huancavelica, in the lowlands, we have between 500 and 900 meters above sea level, like citrus, shrimp, for cuencas. In the midland, we have between 1,000 and 1,200 above sea level. We have cattle raising, spices. In the highlands, we have between 6,000 meters above sea level. We have alpaca, we have trout, and we have economic corridors, 7 economic corridors in the region. Huancavelica, Ichiparapa, Pisco. In the second corridor, Huancaya, Suchaga, Huancavelica, Castrovirera, and Pisco. And the third corridor, we have Huancaya, Sunchaca, Catamarca, and Huanchuco. And the fifth corridor, we have Huancayo and Suchaca, Cosme, Ancos, and San Miguel de Mayo, Wanda, and Ayacucho. And the sixth corridor, Huancayo, Pampas, Huacabamba, Chuncaca, and Ayacucho. The seventh, we have Sincubamba, Sarcabasis, Huancayo. In terms of the micro-basins, we want to transform. We have this in this region. We want this region to become the first organic region in Peru. per se, this region has organic products because it has not been so contaminated. I think it's the region with least level of contamination in its agriculture within Peru and within South America. Huancavelica has always been seen as the least developed area in Peru, but I believe that this is the one that has the largest biodiversity in the world. We have, geographically speaking, we have different cliffs in this region, and that's where we hold the world's biodiversity, and that's why we are going to transform this region into the biggest one in the world. And we already have the support of the Production Ministry, the Agricultural Ministry, the Tourism Ministry, the Foreign Trade Ministry. So all the ministries are really supporting us, plus other international organizations. We have devised a way to transform this organic region divided into micro basins. We have 5 strategic pillars. Quality of life, the organic program, we're going to improve people's quality of life. Our project, the project that we've devised in this first part, is to give benefits to support 22,000 farmers. And we started with 6 products: avocado, spices, native potatoes, quinoa, peas, and corn. We have the second pillar, environmental sustainability, with an ecosystems program to prevent deforestation in the whole region of Huancavelica. The third axis or strategic line is innovation. Business plans with agricultural ideas. We were the first region to implement Ivo Compite, which is a program to support innovators in the Huancavelica region. Also, the next pillar is empowering women, an innovative program, single and unique in Peru. It has several components. We're going to organize 2,200 organizations led by women. We're going to support them by teaching them what their rights are, what their duties are. We're going to work on sexual violence, family violence, teenage pregnancy, and on the production side, we're going to help them do some small animal raising and some hortage. And the fifth axis, water resources. We have a unit that is called Jacutapu in order to somehow collect water with great irrigation projects. For the first time, our Peruvian hills will have irrigation plans. $100 million in investment will be put on that project to support small farmers and to support SMEs, family SMEs, for 5,000 hectares in the whole Huancavelica region. In order to do so, we need infrastructure, roads. We have coordinated with the Pro-Region and Telecommunications Ministry. We are going to pave more than 1,200 roads in the region, and also the basic services like internet, for example. We need this. The same thing, the corridors. We have the conclusions in the territorial through micro basins, comprehensive development focused on basins in the region on the basis of the value chains demanded by the market, both national and international, local governments, private companies, economic reactivation and redistribution, generation of job creations, and economic development through investment in productive programs, irrigation, business plan, roads, connectivity, digital connectivity in alliance with public and private companies, development of of fairs, ecologic fairs. We are doing them in regions that have the smallest populations, and we are coordinating with the agricultural ministry so that we can do those and take our ecological producers or farmers from the region, social, economical, and political stakeholders that would put together plans and to articulate the work with a agricultural management committee that groups all the institutions, both government institutions, national institutions, local and national organizations, and social innovation, reconverting the conventional agriculture to organic production. If we cannot certify those Huancavelica products, even though they may be ecological, of course, they will not have a price. Our organic products will go as if they were conventional products. So that's why it's so important to get organic certification. And in order to do so, we have included the Pro Compete, which is a program to support farmers. The organic certification is included there, and within that project, we have about by converting 3 million in soles into dollars is $3 million to support the Huancavelica farmers for organic production. And thank you so much for the time. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Very interesting, all the policies that you're implementing in your state there in Huancavelica. We'll go back to you later. Now we'll hear from Teresa Salcedo. Thank you so much, Teresa, for your participation. It's a pleasure. Considering the main goals of sustainable development of the UN, and I give you 3. Number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, that proposes to build a resilient infrastructure, inclusive production, and increase innovation. SDG 12, responsible consumption to ensure production patterns and sustainable consumption, and SDG 17, alliances and implementation means to strengthen the implementation means and revive the sustainable development. I leave you with 2 questions also. How can the increase on investment contribute to and research to contribute to the productive ecosystem, productive diversification, and the promotion of productive models that are more sustainable, and how can that impact on the sustainable and cohesive reactivation?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Greetings from Colombia, from the headquarters of the Agency of Cooperation, the University of Applied Sciences. Greetings to the fellow panel members. In Colombia, with the concepts that are put forward by the forum, such as territorial development, innovation, sustainability, partnerships, these issues have never been so significant in Colombia. The pandemics just uncovered the fact that territories are not sustainable. Quite the contrary, we've been able to see a huge gap between the center and the peripheries, between the rural and the urban. We've seen incapability of administering or managing, and this led to in conformity with a deep crisis, a political crisis. We've had 346 missing people, 278 victims with violence, 111 people that were killed, and 12 cases of sexual abuse. So the current situation, I mean, the economy is going to take very long to recover. Uneasiness has to do with the efficiency uh, in policy making, and it is very important. It is very important to conduct research funded by the state, arising from the needs of the territories. We cannot do research by formulating issues of the territories from the center to the peripheries. We cannot continue conducting research in universities without considering the needs of the sectors that matter, that actually need these solutions. Public policies cannot be centralized any longer and without any support regarding the origin of the communities. Without this, then gaps become even wider. So we need to have inclusion involved in research, the inclusion of all the territory inhabitants. And I'm not talking about including them, telling them this is what I have, this is what we're studying. So it should be research that is created from the dialogue, so they make their own contributions, so that then from the centralized governments we can address their issues. There is a lot of deforestation in territories. There's public order issues. There's illegal mining. The young people decide to leave cities, to cities because they don't have any opportunities. They don't have a sense of belonging. They don't have health care access, no education. So we should provide them with their whatever they need to have. They're migrating to big urban centers because there's no alternatives. There's a lot of migration. I know that this is very common in Latin America, where young people and their families go to the cities to find better options. So it is very important. And based on your question, funding of research has to be based on remote area, the knowledge of the remote territories and communities that are not heard. They are sometimes probably during elections, and very important for this research to be effective. It should be articulated. It's the participatory type of research where everybody takes part to identify the issue, we support people in their communities so that, we support them from the central government so that they can, and it's the young people that do research supported by their universities, but funding, so the research interests change every 4 years here in Colombia based on the new government. So we need to reach our communities and establish a dialogue with the territory and for the territory. We have to respect also their history. We believe that this is how a future can be built. This is how we can implement SDGs and zero hunger. We know that it has to go from the periphery to the center and not the other way around. Secondary, we first need to identify which are our stakeholders that need the research. For example, how do we study animal production, horticulture production, if free trade agreements have closed the possibility of production? We need to read and change free trade agreements. This would lead to equal justice and to include territories, to innovate in sustainable society in spaces where the only sustainable thing is not poverty, because the only thing that sustains in territories is poverty. So it is important to build citizenship, important to build country, territory on the basis of public policies, but also the management of the public policies that has to orient the possibility to make national and international partnerships. Research cannot be funded by an entity that has their own interests. Thank you, Ms. Salcedo, for your participation. Very interesting, and without a doubt, that brings about fundamental issues to think the development for the future and our needs as a society. Thank you. Now, the president of Volkswagen, Pablo DC. Pablo, it's an honor to have you here. You lived in Belo Horizonte. My question is related the world agreement. It's a call from the United Nations so that companies align to their strategies and operations with the 10 universal principles in human rights, human labor, corruption, and that they develop actions that contribute to face the challenges of societies. Currently, the agreement is the sustainability agreement in terms of cooperation, the largest one in the world that has 16,000 members, including companies and organizations of over 70 countries. Volkswagen became a member in 2021. How does this impact? I mean, what is your participation in the agreement regarding the internal decision-making in the company? And secondly, the climate protection program announced by Volkswagen foresees a reduction of 30% of gas emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, until 2025, besides achieving neutrality of carbon for 2050. How can these measures support the diversification process, the production diversification process for sustainable growth? Thank you. Good morning.
Saludos a todos.
Thank you for the invitation and my greetings to all those guests here today. I'm going to start with the first question. Volkswagen was one of the first ones to adhere to the Paris Agreement with the Agenda 2050, and that implies several things. It means that we have to change the energy matrix or level, and that process has already started in Germany, Europe, in China, and also in Latin America. I'm not talking only about the car industry. I'm talking about how to generate power for our plants. In Brazil, 100% of the power that we use in our 4 factories are fed by renewable energy. We reduce the water consumption by 70% in all of our Brazilian plants. In Argentina, we have just launched Taos, and we invested millions of dollars, and we have the first paint shop that is water-based. So that leads us to a more sustainable world. That, of course, takes time, but if we sustain this strategy in time, and we clearly make investments both in Argentina and Brazil, we will have the foundations for a better world and employment. Many of the things that we are undergoing here has to do with private investment, public policies, but I think technology and innovation are both the key to invest and to take this world to the next level. As I said, I am in the car industry, and I go to the second part of your question now. With the vehicles going to the electric vehicles or a hybrid vehicle, we in Latin America, we have a great potential in biofuels, bioethanol. Biofuels represent a high resource of CO2 and job creation in the region. So we are investing in Volkswagen. We are investing in that technology, complementing that to the rest of what we're doing. Just for the world to understand, biofuels, ethanol reduce up to 85% the CO2 emissions of fossil fuels. So each one of us can do our part and reduce the emissions. And to complete your next question, and very quickly because I just have a few minutes left, Volkswagen strategies, the UN agreement, I think that's the cherry on top. It's a strategy that has taken Volkswagen many years of investing in sustainable economy, our work capacity. In Volkswagen, we have about a world level 650,000 people among all the plants around the world. We are turning our technology into electric and hybrid biofuels. We are going through a transition moment that is now a turning point in our group. We're investing more than 80 billion euros in technology and innovation and new products. So I pretty much agree with the comments that you said. I mean, each one of us has to contribute. It doesn't matter how big or how small our contribution is. I'd also like to congratulate the Panama government, because with sustainable policies, we went there, we launched the T-Cross, the first SUV that we launched in Brazil. It's the bestseller. It's a bestseller, and the more it sells, more job creation, more taxes for the government, and that's a virtuous circle because there are more car part manufacturers that get work. So that's the best part of working together. Hugo, I give the floor back to you. Thank you. As a previous player in that industry, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your thoughts. It's a continuous process, of course. Since the Paris Agreement, we all have to be involved in a mindset change, in a production change, because we cannot keep up with the pattern that we've had so far. We cannot continue working as usual. We have to find new possibilities Thanks so much, Pablo. And now we'll hear from the governor of Paraná, Carlos Roberto Ratino Jr. Governor, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much for participating in this panel. I was also involved in the development agenda, and in the SDG 8, economic growth, it has to do with the inclusive, sustainable growth with formal jobs and decent jobs for everybody. The labor report of 2020 of the ILO shows that there is a huge level of unemployment rates. 30 million unemployed people in Latin America, 3 million people more that lost their jobs within the COVID context. And I leave you with two questions. In Brazil, the GDP in Brazil has dropped a lot. In our second semesters, our forecast was the best one in the generation of formal jobs in the last 11 years in Paraná. In that regards, what was the strategy, the government strategy, to hinder the private entities and different to generate these jobs? And was there any sort of incentive for productive diversification, social and solidarity economics, and the circular economy in these processes? Thank you, Governor, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Good morning. I'd like to thank Amelia for organizing this event, and I'd like to discuss what is going over in Paraná. Brazil has the largest population compared to Portugal, and our territory is larger than Portugal. If we had to add the Bolivian GDP, Uruguay, and Paraguay, it is smaller. So it is a state which is very strong from the economic perspective. We have a significant vocation in Paraná. We are a large producer of sustainable food. We have a very strong agribusiness sector in Paraná. We have the largest producer of animal proteins in Brazil, and we produce fish and chicken and beef. And today, Paraná is also a large area that is free of different diseases. So we can open to the international market. And we are not a state that is concerned. I mean, we're focused on sustainability very much. We have the largest protection area, and we are concerned about SMEs, and we understand that the world demands sustainability in the production of food. And we are also the largest producer of organic foods. We are very strong in this sector with high-quality foods, which is also a large market that is growing in the world. This vision allows us to really grow during pandemics, and we're growing in 2021. There are two main factors. First, the state is increasingly supporting producers. That is, the public machinery oftentimes blocks the speed of growth. So we're developing a large program that debureaucratizes the machinery, so it makes it simple for business people to start their own companies. We're in a very, very short time. We can start a company in just a single day in the state. And before 8 days, also environmental policies. So we identified the needs to analyze environmental permits. We put together different technological platforms and protocols, so we have become more agile for those businesses, for the businesses. For example, for a small farmer, family farmers, a chicken farm, for example, they can get a permit in just 10, 15 days. So we have become more agile for that small farmer, for them to be able to produce. And this draws the attention of the companies to use the raw material that is produced in a farm. We focus from our governments so that Paraná has over 200 small and medium-sized cooperatives. Cooperatives with 10, 30 people, 20 people that become a small company. So we developed policies through funding or subsidies with a period of 2 years to pay back the loans and the subsidies so that companies can conduct their businesses. In Paraná, we have a women's cooperative. These are women that plant coffee, collect coffee beans, and then they sell these high-quality coffee beans. They began to work in a small scale. They had difficulty with money because they couldn't buy the equipment and machinery and so on. So we began to organize these small and small cooperatives, and automatically the trade has grown. And so this ended, so Paraná became stronger. I mean, small industries and businesses became stronger, thereby improving the quality of life of the people. In April, we had the best so we want to focus on helping organizing small farmers and also financially supporting farmers, and we're also focusing on making permit and authorizations more agile, so compared to other states in Brazil. And also in our plan is to make Paraná be the logistics center of South America. If you have a map of South America, Paraná is at the center, and 70% of the GDP of South America. So, geographically, we are placed in a very interesting geographic spot. So cooperatives and investors, it's quite attractive for investors and cooperatives for Brazil, the southeast region, and be improving all of our states. Will be building roads, $80 billion, and also railways in Mato Grosso do Sul and Paraná that will lead to Paraguay and the central region of Brazil. Thank you very much for the opportunity for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, for your comments. Many interesting ideas and very relevant things that you're doing in Paraná, one of the main states here in Brazil, and it has a huge potential. Over the past years, you've had great indicators in terms of job creation, the new ways of working and developing ideas. And to finish with this first round of ideas, I'd like to invite my friend Oscar Chamat, officer in Metropolis Policies. Oscar, I am your friend in the organization of Metropolis for Latin America and the Caribbean. I am really very much involved with the network, and I've always been in contact with you. Metropolis is the global network with main cities and metropolitan areas around the world, with 141 metropolis in all continents, and it's a center and platform for Metropolis to connect, to share experiences, and to move around many local and global issues. I'm going to leave you with two questions as well. The opportunities or the needs of working in networks is in this world that is more interconnected, and the initiative that you launched of global health in the context of pandemic and all those things, in your opinion, what is the role of local governments, mostly in metropolitan regions and areas, in the global development, and more specifically, of course, about diversification, productive diversification, and new production models for a sustainable and cohesive reactivation? Thank you, Oscar. Hugo, thank you for your introduction. It's a pleasure to see you. So you already explained what Metropolis is. Thank you so much for doing that. You saved me some time there. And after listening to all the previous presentations, it's very interesting to see the different approaches, how complex the world has become in Colombia and Peru, all of them connected by small common grounds, and that's what we do here in Metropolis. I like to put my idea in context. How do we see cities? What is the role of local governments in order to reactivate the economy? How to connect the periphery with the center, the farm with the city, but not focusing only in the metropolis, but so that they can replicate to a more local scale in a way. That being said, a year ago, Hugo mentioned one of the initiatives, but a year ago when the pandemic hit, in Metropolis and in our conversations with all the 141 members, we call for rethinking our metropolitan areas. What are the biggest challenges that we faced a year ago? We identified 8 trends, 8 challenges, 8 main challenges in the metropolitan areas. I think more than 30 institutions around the world answered to those questions, and 3 of those 8 challenges came up in this conversation. So that means that we're not that lost with the diversity of the people who are participating in this channel. The first one, the need to rethink the public space. It's very important to rethink the public space. The meeting point that this pandemic brought about are not the offices or the malls as it used to be. It's especially the public space. We have to rethink the public space. Information technology, communications, the digital gap has become more evident and more dramatic than ever. We are living a moment in which we see that we are passing like this moment from Barcelona. I'm in Barcelona, even though I'm Colombian, and we have different nationalities, different sensitivities. Third point, that is critical: public services. Public services are key to attack any type of emergency. That on the one hand. On the other hand, we, in that sense, we wondered, okay, what is Metropolis going to do in the next 4 years? In the next 4 years, we've identified 4 big challenges that one way or another we believe and we're convinced that are related to the topic of these sessions. First of all, resilience, but not from the environmental perspective, but also social, economic resilience. Of course, environmental too, but mostly social resilience. That is the most critical one. Digital resilience, very much connected to what I said before. Something that has become obvious is the third challenge. We have detected that it's easy to see how different cities have faced the pandemic crisis, the strategy we're living, with more or less results. And a factor that is common to them is the legitimacy of those that are in power. That challenge is, how do we strengthen the public legitimacy? And a fourth element that many people have mentioned, Peru, Brazil, Colombia somehow, is the urban growth and how that impacts. So resilience, digital gap, legitimacy, and urban context. So I want to reflect on that with you. Hugo said that a year ago we launched the Cities for Global Health. It's an initiative that we believe, and we invite all the cities to participate, to share what they were doing for their cities. So from that, what they're doing for this crisis, that platform, 170 initiatives from 29 cities. One of the categories is economic growth. And what common element joins and links all those initiatives among those 100 cities in the world? Latin America had a very important participation. First, taxes, they're creating new mechanisms, new ways to pay taxes, new tax exemptions to promote economic growth. The digital training in all its dimensions, both at school level and the job creations in companies. How do we implement those technologies in our administration to potentiate the economic development and activity? The fostering and the support to the local trade, very important in any city. The strengthening of the local trade, but not understood from the perspective of buying things every day, but also in terms of production. How do we support small businesses to become companies? For example, here in Barcelona, we have great farms, but we import tomatoes from other countries. So it's a paradox. The metropolitan scale in this moment is articulating as a key element. And the citizens' participation. I think all of these elements come together and allow us to create a context to develop employment and economic development. And I don't want to exceed my time, but I like to put a hypothesis there on the table. And maybe later I can expand on that. Why the metropolitan scale can help that. And I'd like to leave you with this. It's potentiate the city brand. It's important. The Huancavelica, the governor of Huancavelica, they want to create a brand with their product. The metropolitan scale is key for that. And here in Barcelona, 300 meters from my home, there is another city, Sanaderías del Besos. I'm sure there are few people who know it, but it's 300 meters from Barcelona. If I say that I make my product in Barcelona, the brand is one, but if I say that I'm doing it in Sanadería del Besos, it's a different brand. So the metropolitan scale, to build a new identity, plays a key role. Not the only role, but a main role. So, Hugo, I leave you with that idea, and then we'll resume. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll continue in contact. Thank you so much, Oscar. It was a pleasure to listen to you and to always see you. Thank you so much for your insights. From an organization that is international and that works globally, and that has worked with huge cities, metropolis, with all the challenges in the focus of your work. So I'm sure what you can propose in terms of working in all the regions around the world, I'm sure you can add a lot of capacity and a lot of information in these response mechanisms to the context that we're living here with the pandemic. Thank you very much. So we finished the first round. To those, if anyone wants to ask any question, please, you can ask on the chat. The panelists will be alerted of the questions. If we don't get any questions now, well, no problem. We can have that time at the end of the panel. If there are no questions now, we can have the questions at the end. I'd like to thank all of you for these first thoughts. It was great to hear you, to listen to you, your point of view from where you work and all the different contexts. We have participants from different parts of the world in different institutions that are complementary, of course, and that for sure they must be together in the economic recovery and diversification that is absolutely necessary for the current challenges. Let me check if we don't have any questions. I think not. So let's continue with the second round of questions. And let me start now with Pablo. And now with shorter questions. We have 6 minutes each. Pablo, what mechanisms and incentives can thrive the sustainable development linked to the specialization and diversification plans in the economy from your point of view?
The car industry of the first world is no longer involved in incentives. I mean, incentives, I don't think it's the word that, the right word. But I think innovation, to foster local innovation, to develop new work methodologies. And let me give you some examples. About 4 years ago, we brought all of the electronic devices and the electronic components and the radio from Germany for our cars. And we decided to develop, to invest on technology and development, and we trained our people. So we develop all of our car from in the region. And the interesting side of this that this year we are exporting technology to over 70 countries, such as Russia, Bolivia. So they purchase all of the technological components that are used in the car from us. So I think that public policies have to be in conjunction with what is done in companies and universities. I agree with what was said in one of the interventions that these incentives cannot be carried out from a company, but it has to be done cross-sectionally so that public policies is clear and transparent and includes companies. So the more competitiveness, the better for the world, because we'll have more people trained. It will be more competitive and cheap. I think that this is what we need to do. The state of Paraná is one case, but I think there are other examples around the globe. Thank you for your considerations. Now, Oscar, how do you fund the transfer of models and how you strengthen the necessary capabilities for the transformation of production processes? What's your experience in metropolis? It's a very important topic. It's quite simple. It's the economy, period. It is the economy. This is how we fund these business models. First of all, via the innovation in public management. This means to demystify the private sector and not thinking that public is not efficient and the private is efficient. So we need to achieve a meeting point, an agreement, a point of agreement. And when we find this balance and when we demystify the counterpart, regardless of which the part is, but why do we need funding? And if we follow the example of the car industry, the internet, and so on, to rethink and to reconvert. Industries have reconverted and cities have to reconvert. We're facing a new paradigm where we have more uncertainty. Opportunities are more critical. One of the ways to channel funding and why we need to do so is very clear. The key is to attract and retain investment. We need to, it's one of the strategies that we identified that helped us a great deal to retain talent. It has to do with the quality of life in our cities. This is crucial to promote new business models, to make talent stay in those cities so that people and the quality of life is closely connected, to two main components. One is the local trade that was mentioned before, to reinforce the proximity city, which in Europe is called the one-minute city, different models, the creation of brand creation, brand generation from the organic perspective and the design. I believe that each one of our regions would have an opportunity for the brand, which is essential to create the marketing of our products. We need to learn to sell our products and our cities. This is generally speaking. And Then mobility. Here is where the environmental impact and scale becomes more noticeable. Volkswagen and other groups are doing this already. I believe it's not a responsibility, it is a necessity. The business model now, the transportation of goods and people has to do with more flexible and efficient models. So all of these aim at improving the quality of life. Thank you very much. I have several. One thing I'd like to highlight, we are, just 30 seconds, we are developing a project with the London School of Economics and the UCLG on governance and emergencies, involving over 50 cities. And one of the issues that was raised to manage and reconvert urban space is the need for empathy in public decisions. Empathy is crucial in decision making, and we're not talking about the emotional side of it, but the needs, regardless of the sector, either public or private. Thank you for the extra 45 seconds. Thank you, Oscar. I was very precise and relevant. I mean, your considerations. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now, we'll give the floor to Maciste Diaz. And the question is, what measures ensure resilience and a redistribution in times of growth? In this context, we are going through the worst time, but how can we make this a shared growth so that no one is left behind as it is in order to be aligned with the 2030 agenda? So how can we ensure adequate distribution? And 2019, we went to Europe, Spain, Italy, Germany, and we attended different fairs and exhibits in Berlin and in Nuremberg. And in Nuremberg, we were in the organic fair, and we saw that was what we wanted. So we were working on becoming the first organic region in Peru. We launched it in June 2019 with the Ministry of Agriculture and Tourism. We were working on this project, and then the pandemic struck. But which was really bad, but it's also good because the consumption of organic products has increased a lot. So not only in Peru, but in the world. So people are consuming organic products and natural products more. And we produce almost everything, but we have prioritized the projects I mentioned before, avocado, the native potatoes. Potatoes, for example, is really great for us and for the world. We have 1,500 different varieties, and also the different herbs and aromatic herbs, beans and peas, and corn, also the different kinds of corn. And so we've developed this project. We'll be creating different employments for over 22 workers. And if we're speaking about the over 2,000 women's organizations, that is comprised by 25 people, 50,000 women, and each woman is part of a family group. And if we add that, we're talking about 250,000 people. So what do we need to do? We need to organize them. We have over 750 production organizations. We need to associate them. We are organizing them in small cooperatives. There's a successful cooperative that is in the brain area in Peru. This successful example, they are exporting their products to different parts of the world. In Peru and internationally, we're promoting organic production of Huancavelica for Peru and South America because there's no other similar experience in Peru. That's why the ministries have supported us. I know that many regions and cities are working to develop organic products, but Huancavelica, as the poor region in Peru, is now becoming the first organic region in Peru. That's why we say Huancavelica organic region. It's. Thank you, Governor. We'll now give the floor to Ms. Salcedo. And the question is how to generate partnerships for social innovation. Your first presentation, you talked about this, and I'd like to understand which are the stakeholders that should participate in this process? How would the process be built? And which governance instruments and mechanisms should we have in place for better solutions and better responses? Ms. Salcedo.
Está en el mudo. No te escuchamos. Está en el mudo.
Y ahora sí.
Ahora sí.
Ahí perdí.
All right. Sorry, I was on mute. Okay, the partnerships are key. The lonely work, the isolated work, has no future. There has to be some cohesion among the partnerships and the common goals. I emphasized in the first part on how we need to have the will to solve problems that affects us all. When there is a will and you get powerful financial partners, because as I said, poverty in poor countries is the only sustainable thing that we have, and we need that financiers help us. The sustainability is something that affects us all, and they are the meat producers, the oil producers, the cattle raising producers in general, farmers in general. We should define by region and by topic what are the main problems that affects us all, and that financiers contribute with financing them, and that we need public policies, but more than that, we need management. We need good management in the public policies so that we can articulately work until we reach those places where problems need to be solved. We've always thought that working with simple people, with humble people, the initiative is much stronger when it comes from a humble person than when it comes from an academic with a lot of training, because these humble people actually need innovative ideas. I would say that it's also important within these partnerships to have empathy, as Oscar mentioned, and empathy in which I accept that, okay, we not all might get along, but I accept the different opinions of others, but we are going to work together. Politics, interfering in public policies, politics of problem solving, places us in different places, and as long as we have conversations, financiers will never be interested. They will say, why will I finance that? And in 4 or 5 years, that research project favors some other people and not a community. I believe we need to articulate interests. We need to articulate goodwills in order to solve deep problems and to profit with the mental capacity that all of the participants have, and that's where the state would be, the government would be, the ones that fund governance management, the ones that contact communities, and the general concept of community. The contaminant agents, and for each point, the entities that contaminates to seed 100 trees, for example. Let's say, okay, we contaminate, but I will plant 50 trees. It has to be much more ambitious so that sustainability is a fact and becomes a reality. Sustainability is not sustainability of territories, it's not sustainability of the land, but it's sustainability of humankind. Which is unsustainable is humankind. The planet is there. It's us who will be unsustainable. So if we revolve around that, that's where the SDGs are, zero poverty, education, all of that revolves around that. We have to articulate a great community of common interests. Thank you very much, Ms. Salcedo. And we are approaching our final moments, so I'd like to invite the Paraná governor. And my specific question for you is, in view of the economic and social reactivation needs, what factors can contribute to impulse the specialization smart in the production field and the economic development after the pandemic? Thank you, Governor. Thank you. Something that we are doing here in the state of Paraná, and we got inspiration from some agencies of development around the world. The contact that Riogo, that is in the Paraná state, the potentialities of the regional strengths. That's something that we have built, especially with familiar agriculture, the industrialization of the small lands, and to see some small products that each region is already producing, and to do it in an organized way, in a very strategic way. So we are doing a lot of work, investing in Paraná, our agency that links the private and the public sector. We are sponsoring potentialities, and we also have the cooperation of the productive chain agencies and many families who sometimes don't have the sales training. They can add value to their products, and they can also create mechanisms to find places where to sell those products. So what we are doing here is a Japanese model where we have families that become farmers, and we build the roads, and we have stops in those roads. Each one of the families will have a box or an area where they can expose their products and sell those. Those roads have a lot of traffic, so they automatically will have clients going in front of their stores. So due to the lack of a physical place for those farmers to sell, they end up selling a lot of clients, a great volume of clients. And in this way, they will have more exposure, and they will feed that trade chain. So, Pablo, we have the representative of Volkswagen. He has a factory here in Paraná. We have the agricultural industry is very strong, but also the automobile industry is very big in Paraná. So, as he said, there are many small companies, car part manufacturers, that feed from those big industries. Thank you so much, Mr. Governor. Once again, thank you for your participation. And we are closing at 9:30 exactly. So we have to close, and in order not to steal more time, I would like to summarize and to offer some conclusions for the panel. We had very interesting presentation, different topics, different outlooks, different contexts, and we had a great opportunity. Governor, could you please turn off your mic because we can hear you? So some final thoughts that I've collected from Governor Maciste Diaz. For example, the support of the federal government, the joint work with international organizations, that is also very important. The multi-level and multi-stakeholders together with the international system to get financing for the cooperation and for the general development. Mrs. Salcedo has brought about many interesting topics, deep issues about humankind, about society, how we are looking to advance in this context that is very, very difficult for all of us. The ones who represent the government, the ones who represent companies in Latin America or who have offices in Latin America. We will be the most impacted region by the pandemic in terms of economic growth, employment, cost of living. Pandemic has made more evident the differences between the center, the periphery in terms of development. Inequality is bigger and bigger, so we have to listen to the population. And we need to build policies, localized policies that are inclusive and that leaves no one behind. Mr. DC talked very well about the private sector and how much they are investing in this process. That is, of course, it has to be a cornerstone for not only in terms of the energy matrix, but in terms of production and the construction of long-term strategies seeking to stimulate innovation, production, knowledge production, which is very important, not only to import knowledge from other parts of the world, but to also produce and the knowledge that we have here. And the industrialization of public policies is also very important, and the use of new technologies to fight the challenges that we have today. The relations and the context is completely different from the one we had a couple of years ago, so it's important for administrations to be open enough to change their deployment opportunities and to pay more attention to their citizens in these spaces. And last but not least, Oscar, who gave us many interesting insights. the connections within our complex contexts in Latin America. Oscar is our focal point for Latin America and the Caribbean. We have many challenges that we shared as a region. The networking and sharing experiences, best practices, solutions that could be shared in the future is really, really fruitful, because if we are isolated, we will take a lot longer and we will take a lot of economic, social, and political efforts to reach the place we want to reach. So this proposal of sharing experiences, working as a network, is more and more important, at least in this world. We also have to think about reinventing the cities into new models. For sure, we will not get the same results if we keep on working the way we were. I'd like to thank everybody, those who participated and who worked in this panel. I'd like to thank the interpreting staff and Córdoba, because they are the organizers. See, the FANCI, the SEBRAE, the UCLG, in the names of Emilio Rablasco, Luisa Iglesias, and also, of course, all those speakers that dedicated this time. So to all the participants that have been listening to us, we hope we have better opportunities to enable our region and to have more sustainable practices, development practices, because we have a very challenging moment. We are facing a very challenging time, and only innovative ideas will get us out of this. Thank you very much, everybody, for participating, and it's been a pleasure to mediate this panel. Thanks so much, and please take care, be safe in your territories, in your homes, and great greetings from Belo Horizonte. Thank you.
Somos el corazón de la Argentina. Esa mezcla de pueblos originarios y años de conquista, credos espirituales y religiosos, inmigrantes trabajadores y estudiantes de todo el país. Para nosotros, hablar de inclusión es hablar de nuestra identidad. Sabemos que la principal fuente de independencia económica e igualdad es el trabajo. Por eso creamos el primer centro verde de reciclaje operado por mujeres. Rompimos el techo de cristal que impedía el ascenso laboral femenino dentro del sistema de limpieza de la ciudad, logrando que las trabajadoras puedan acceder a más y mejores cargos. Nos comprometemos a garantizar el pleno ejercicio y goce de los derechos de los niños. Y garantizamos el acceso a la salud, trabajando en conjunto con organizaciones del tercer sector. Acompañamos e informamos a las personas trans en trámites de identidad e impulsamos un espacio público de debate para las políticas relacionadas a la diversidad. Brindamos capacitación permanente, generando conciencia sobre estereotipos, discriminación y violencia de género. Queremos una sociedad más igualitaria, equitativa y solidaria. Somos ciudadanos del mundo y llevamos en la sangre esa elección ancestral de hacer de Córdoba nuestro hogar. Hoy, más que nunca, sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos salimos adelante. Córdoba Capital. Todas las oportunidades. Un solo destino.
Thank you, Hugo, and the whole panel. Very interesting discussion. We'll now move to the next masterclass, thematic line number 2. Let's have a look at the presentation. The future of work and the work of the future from a territorial perspective in the context of crisis generated by COVID-19. This talk is organized by the ILO and ADEC, being moderated by Elva Lopez Morelo from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Elva is an officer in inclusive work, the ILO office in Argentina. She is leading strategies on improving working conditions, transitioning formal economy, and equality of opportunities. She was an economist in the research department of ILO Geneva and a professor in Santiago de Compostela University, where she got a PhD degree in economics. Welcome, Elva. Welcome, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to moderate this masterclass. As it was said before, will be on the future of work and the work of the future from a territorial perspective in the context of crisis created by COVID-19. We'll discuss how the pandemic crisis will affect the future of work that was already subject to social demographic transformation conditioned by the challenges related to climate change even before the pandemics. We'll be having Andres Rodriguez Pose. Andres is a professor of economic geography at the London School of Economics. He was president of the vice president of the European Association of Regional Science. He holds numerous international awards. He has published different books. In 2020, he was recognized as one of the most important scientific researchers. Andres also collaborates with several international organizations, among them the European Commission, the World Bank, the IDB, and ILO. Without further ado, I'll give the floor to Andres. Andres, the floor is yours. Thank you. Andres, you're on mute. Thank you, Elva. It is an honor to be with all of you, and I'd like to thank the Local Development Forum and the ILO for this invitation to discuss how pandemics is affecting the future of our societies, particularly the future of work. I'd like to share my presentation. You need to allow me to share the presentation, please. Okay. So I'd like to discuss the future of work and the work of future in the society of post-COVID. And I'd like to discuss some changes related to the pandemics, the virus, and the impact. We all know that COVID-19 in the last year and a half has really taken on our lives. So having this virtual event is an indicator. The way we relate, the way we interact and consume has changed completely depending on the countries. And this started at the beginning of 2020. And we should say that COVID-19 is not the first pandemics that the world has seen. We've had several other pandemics, the black disease that took a third of the population, the world population, different cholera, for example, that affected a lot of European cities in the first part of the 19th century. And the latest pandemic, which was the Spanish flu, that took the lives of 50 million people. But after each pandemics, there's been a rebound of societies, activities that is made a lot of our economies and societies more sustainable than Brazilians before the crisis. For example, the first pandemics, a lot of the cities that were affected, we had renaissance. For example, cholera, there was a renewal of societies and cities. And the flu, it led to a significant leap in economics that was actually prevented by the economic crises. So here I look at the pandemics that has had so far over 170 million cases and 3.5 million deaths. I'll focus on the European case, but this actually, you'll be able to see how this impacts on each of your countries. In Europe, it's been quite unequal. This is the first wave in Europe that had a significant impact in some cities, for example, in Spain, Madrid, in Milan, and in the northern region of Italy, also London, Paris, Stockholm, with a big impact. But we should consider that the impact, it was not the same. In these areas, mortality was above 40%. In 40% of the European regions, it was lower, and not only lower, but mortality was lower compared to the previous 5 years. We see the different waves. There are at least 20% of the European regions where the impact is lower than in the 5 years before the pandemics. I mean, this is in terms of mortality. So the impact is really unequal, and it's been the large cities that were more impacted, where we see the different connections, for example, air connections. So those cities that have more airports, more traffic of goods and people, transportation. So these cities have had the higher impact. We have seen this in Europe, cities such as Milan and London, Barcelona, and Madrid. They had a big impact. Regions such as Castilla-La Mancha and León, they had also a big impact. But this does not happen in all of the large cities. If we look at other regions and other European regions, we can see, for example, Copenhagen and Varsovia and Lisbon, just 600 kilometers apart. Berlin, Rome, or Naples, the large cities, the impact of the first wave was practically unnoticed from the mortality standpoint. And in many cases, we've seen that concentration is not the same inside the cities. And so what we see, for example, this is the case of New York. This is the first wave. The number of cases, and this is mortality, and we see that there's a clear impact, clear incidence related to the airports, the proximity of airports. This is Kennedy Airport. We see that the nearby areas were more impacted. These are close to LaGuardia Airport. This is mortality. And also the poor areas of the city, for example, the Bronx region, the impact was higher in areas such as Manhattan, which is the richest area in New York, where the financial activities are held. The impact was much lower. And most of the people migrated. So in the Middle Ages, when the pandemic struck, then the princes and the noble people left the cities to their palaces, their rural areas, and then the city was closed, and the inhabitants were closed in the city, so they suffered all of the pandemics. And here, it was so the high classes had their residences, for example, to the Hamptons and the Hansons, the Florida area regions, and other parts of the United States, and those that had to go to their to work, and they didn't have the means to live in the cities. They were closed in the cities, and so the first wave had a big impact. The same case in London and Madrid. The impact is not so much connected to income levels. I mean, there are relatively rich areas in Madrid that was highly impacted in the first wave, in other areas in the south and southeast. And the same goes for London. So the issue is we have a pandemic that had an impact and that is expanded worldwide, that is affected not only countries, but also the impact is quite different within nations. This has an impact in the work. And so what this means for the future of work. So before going deep into the issue, I'd like to try to say that I don't have a crystal ball, and I think that making prediction has its own risks. We don't have all the data, but if we don't take risks, then we won't be able to provide solutions. This pandemic is repeating itself, so we need to prevent the future impacts of the next waves so that the same mistakes are not made. And for this, we need to know that the impact in the long term on work will be related to the duration of the pandemic, the economic and social, political conditions, that is how the healthcare system is prepared, how well it is prepared, and the capacity of governments to release policies, appropriate policies, and the capacity of citizens. And there are other simultaneous transformations that play a key role that pandemics, I think, has accelerated this transformation. The work was pretty much connected to digitalization, the use of artificial intelligence and trade integration, and particularly institutions that were affecting countries. And also luck. I mean, there are other countries that were more luckier. For example, Italy was the country that was affected, and Europe was less lucky than other countries that had some more time to get ready. We will make some predictions, and the circumstances are exceptional. And I think that besides having we need to try to avoid problems, we need to risk. So let's begin with initial predictions regarding the impact of COVID-19, the impact on work. So before, there were some areas that were the winning areas, or the winners. So it was a concentration of economic activity, high-level economic activity in large urban centers. Basically, 80% of the world countries, the large urban centers, sometimes are the capital cities that concentrated high-quality jobs. This is a picture of Paris. If we look at the case of France, since the 80s, since the 90s, the only region that has grown in terms of GDP and the creation of jobs and economic growth was the Paris region. The other regions prior to 1916 reform This is the rule. It's not the exception. In most European countries, we see a similar situation, and in many countries in Latin America and Africa and Southeast Asia, what we see is that this phenomena is really very much the same as a leading phenomena. So most of the economic activity was concentrated in the most advanced regions, and this led to uneasiness in the population. We saw this, so there was a growth in populism. And so post-pandemics, I mean, after COVID, there's been a fundamental impact, and the highest impact was mainly on cities that were actually the gateways of the city. So a lot of these cities were shut down. This is a lockdown in Ireland, in Dublin. So this is the city center today is basically abandoned. Level of activity, people circulation levels. These are my estimations. Just by walking down the city centers, we can see less than 10% of the city, I mean, compared to what we saw before crisis. And this offers opportunities to rural areas and smaller cities, small towns and intermediate cities, for them opportunities to grow and to offer what they had lost, I mean, to grow what they had lost before the crisis. And this is connected to three factors. These are mechanisms that were accelerated or developed by COVID-19. On the one hand, pandemic is creating what I call social scars. I mean, the fear that a large population faces to relating as we used to relate before the pandemics, the fear to leave our homes. So people stay at home for long periods of time, so interaction is much lower because in the work arena, interaction is involved, and then changes that have to do with social distance. We need to keep a social distance. I mean, we're talking about physical changes. So when we relate in safe conditions so as to avoid. And then the other has to do with forced social experiment that is related to not only lockdown and quarantines that are taking place around the globe, where we had to lock down we had to stay home and we had to generate new habits, particularly related to activities connected to, for example, shopping, consumption habits. We had to shift consumption habits. We had to begin consuming online. In 2020, online shopping grew 40%, and then person-to-person consumption decreased. So there's a lot of activities were transferred to online shopping, remote work. For over a year, I've been working remotely since March 2020, with an impact on our way of working, but the change has been quite easy, and I'm not the exception. A lot of people are working remotely, and also people's relations that were to a large extent developed through computer screens compared to how we related before the crisis. And this has a lot of consequences.
For example, if we go more toward the online consumption, then that has consequences. The University of Toronto has called the apocalypses of the retail stores. This is a picture of 2020. At the end of 2020, many of the local stores had to close, and not temporarily, but permanently. And that's something that will happen. So the things that were going to happen in 15 years, they have happened in a couple of months. And changes imply work changes. I'm going to give you information only of the EU. 33 million people who work in the retail sector. 9 million in the wholesale. Most of these jobs, whether before or after, are going to be threatened, or they are disappearing at the moment. Amazon, the biggest online company, sales company, is the biggest threat for these small and medium enterprises, at least in Europe. There are others. AliExpress, the Chinese company that is growing, but it's still very small compared to Amazon, employs around the world 1 million people. Therefore, there will be substitution processes where the activity is going to concentrate on, not activities that are related to the local employment. Many of the local jobs are going to disappear, and we're going to have more delivery people, more precarious kinds of jobs locally, people who will have the jobs of packaging and delivering. And companies are also acknowledging that they can work online more than they thought about, and productivity has not gone down, which means that the number of offices will also close or be smaller, will be reduced. After the pandemic, we'll go back to the offices, but in many cases, it's not going to be completely face-to-face. Most of them will come back in a blend approach. They will work from the office 3 days a week, and then the rest of the days they will work from home. That will change the use of the soil and the configuration of cities. Many office spaces will disappear. And if we lose the consumption activity and direct employment in the city centers, we will also lose in the city centers other entertainment jobs, with a big change in the balance between the two sectors. And this is what we're starting to see. As I said before, the perception is that, in general, pandemic can solve the concentration issues, the problems of losing jobs in many intermediate and small cities and rural areas that had lost in front of the big cities in the last 3 decades. The problem is that when we see this is information from the OECD, the capacity of the different environments, rural areas, urban areas, to create remote jobs, digital jobs. What we see is that most of the countries, the largest cities, the ones here in black, where they have a higher percentage of capacity to transform face-to-face jobs to remote jobs, to telecommute, followed in most cases by intermediate cities, the ones they called intermediate cities, and in third place we have the rural areas, the ones that lose the most. In the case of Spain, the difference between the rural areas and the large cities, it's 15 points. In the case of Spain, it will have a lot of difficulties to transform face-to-face activities into distance activities, especially for their economic structure, very similar to, very much linked to the tourism. They need people to develop those activities. More than 50% of their activity depends. Madrid, for example, the most advanced, more than 20 points of difference in the capacity to transform these type of jobs or to generate these type of activities. Therefore, the problem here is that even though at the beginning we can work from any place in the world, someone who is working in Buenos Aires can work with Cordoba, or they can go to Cordoba and work out of Cordoba because the quality of life is better. The problem is that in the case of Cordoba, the capacity to generate these type of digital activities is going to be smaller than what it could be in Buenos Aires. So the question is, how much will the pandemic solve the development problems that we have now? Many people are still discussing, and I have participated for some time now in several debates about this topic, the idea that we are going towards a world that the pandemic, despite all the costs and all the problems in the quality of life, it can generate a much better situation because it allows each one of us to decide where we work from and what type of work we're going to have. In a country like Spain or France, we will have less concentration in the big cities, and most of the activities will be developed out of other areas. People who work out of Madrid, they say, okay, I live in Extremadura, 300 kilometers from Madrid, and I can get connectivity from there. I connect to Madrid for my usual job and with the rest of the world. So if we take a look at the information from the OECD, what we see is that pandemic and the first information that we have about job creation and economic activity, the biggest recovery is taking place in those cities that were already the most dynamic ones. In a city like New York, had a huge impact during the first waves of the pandemic. Now the economic activity is much stronger than in the rural areas of the same state of New York. Then there are some exceptions. One of the activities that is growing the most is one of the cities, that is growing the most is Miami. Diversification, generating other types of activities in the big cities. The big cities will continue to have important advantages, and we cannot expect the pandemic to solve issues that we have to solve from the interventions point of view. The difference between the big cities and the intermediate cities and the towns will continue to be so. And with very strange exceptions, there will be small cities and rural areas with great connectivity and very much connected to big cities, more economic activity, more employment. In the U.S., talk about cities like Austin in Texas or Boise, Idaho. But they also talk about how for every Austin or every Boise, there are 20 cities the same size that are not experimenting those changes. They are not attracting people, and they will have many difficulties because of the way they're made up, because of the sectors in it, because of the level of training in those cities, the connectivity levels in those cities, in order to try to benefit themselves from a greater economic mobility that this COVID crisis is bringing about. Inside the cities, we can see that there will be more. If they will lose malls and sales spaces, the city centers will lose activities and workstations. As a consequence of these two factors, we will also lose some entertainment activities, and we will have a situation in which, on the one hand, there will be an increase in inequality. We will have more highly qualified jobs and lose many non-qualified jobs. We will Many of them will be in the urban centers, and they will benefit the suburbs with more social activities, more commercial activity of proximity, and that will lead us to rethink what activities we want in the cities and the way we work. The way we work is going to change, and it's going to change in a very important way, especially within the urban areas rather than in the nearby places. And so we are rethinking very much the types of the function of the cities. From Paris, Moreno has proposed the 15-minute cities, where all the services have to be 15 minutes from every city, and that represents an atomization of the urban centers, a city that has to be more opened, more focused to functions that are more focused on cultural activities, and not so much into the trading and labor, with sustainable transportation, because there will be more automation, new residential use where we can recover, because if we stop using cities to work at, if we don't have enough office space and not many hotels, then there will be more capacity to live there, and then maybe the cost, the prices will go down, and younger people will move into the cities with lower purchasing power, but they will transform the cities in something different. And that also says something about a city where many of the activities will be cultural activities, so not just trading, but online trading will take place, but the type of work will change, and in a very important way. And because I'm running out of time, I'd like to point out some conclusions. What is the impact of the pandemic and the local development around the world, the post-COVID world? The first question is the pandemic going to solve the development problems in areas that are less populated, rural areas and small and medium cities, and in the areas that were left behind? And it says no. The answer is no. Those who have a very optimistic outlook, they still say no. Employment problems in peripheral areas will still not be solved. What will happen is inequality will be even worse. The pre-existing inequalities will be worsened, and that will represent an issue. We cannot expect for it to solve by itself. We will have to put in place development policies, local development policies, much more actively than the ones we have, if we want to avoid and to reach more polarization of the society like the one we had before the pandemic. But the pandemic is going to affect the work and in our cities and regions, to redefine spaces, and many jobs will be destroyed in a large number, and more often than not, the ones who suffer are the ones who are in the base of the pyramid, the ones who are at lower levels, more precarious jobs, worse salaries, less training level, and many of the jobs that will grow and will be developed are those who with higher levels of training, with a lot of mobility, and that will imply that perhaps activities inside the cities at the beginning will be bad, but it will recover in the future, but it will still be less than in the period before the pandemic. Last but not least, we have to say that within the negative impact, the cost of people infected and the cost in terms of the number of people who died, well, we will see a lot of local development. We have to try to find solutions at local level, because what we will see is that there will be distinctions. Those who are capable of adapting themselves to change will be in a better position, not only individually, but also locally and nationally. We are starting to discuss now about cities that are ready to take risks, such as Paris or Madrid. Despite the impact that they've had, they are taking more risks in recovering and changing the activities of what cities are doing. Those cities are the ones that seem to have more capacity to rebound, and to rebound in a more resilient way after the pandemic. Also, those cities that can keep up with the standards of living and more appropriate for new ideas, to attract new ideas, to attract new talents, and that can generate a system that is much more capable of creating a rebound in the activity. This is in most of the small cities. It will be much more difficult to get in smaller cities, but all of that will depend upon the conditions, not just to have certain conditions, political conditions, social conditions, and economic conditions. Those are the ones that are going to make a difference among the different regions and the different impacts that the pandemic will have on the different territories and the capacity of those territories to create jobs. Even so, there is an opportunity to have a territorial system where jobs are created, decent jobs are created, and everything is more sustainable and fairer, that improves the quality of life of citizens, whether they live in the big cities, in intermediate cities, in a town, or in a rural area, so that they are better than the conditions we've had so far and the one we had before the pandemic. Thank you very much, and I'm open for questions now.
Thank you very much, Andres, for this wonderful presentation. Thank you for being so clear. This generalized pandemics that affected all of the countries, how this has brought about unequal changes or unequal impacts among the countries and within the countries, and how different factors such as the degree of communication, the level of communication, concentration, that and I'd like to highlight that this social, economic, and labor impact was also unequal, and this had to do with the level of digitalization. For example, in Argentina, we estimate that less than 20% of jobs can be done from remotely. And also the impact of informality also present in this region, which is related to what you discussed, that is all of the employees that are at the basis of the pyramid, where we're expecting a higher impact. And then you talked about the institutional capacity, and we also seen the institutional capacity in terms of response mechanisms to mitigate social, labor, economic impacts of the pandemics. And I like the way how you discuss the meaning of pandemics regarding the future and how to face future challenges when there are current challenges in place. So how the pandemics will affect the development of economies. And we agree that pandemics has accelerated digital revolution and trends related to the future of work, and everything that has to do with e-commerce, the growth of e-commerce. And this represented a historical leap in terms of digitalization. So a lot of production units and workers had to transform. And you also talked about taking advantage of opportunities. And I would also say minimizing associated impact-associated risks. I mean, institutions and policies that are oriented to a more inclusive approach that provides equal opportunities, and also establish institutions to ensure the workers' rights in this context, because we know that there is a set of challenges related to new ways of working associated to digitalization, and these are the challenges that digital platform workers are facing, or teleworkers. My question, we know that there's going to be an impact in terms of polarization. You discussed this. The pandemics will actually worsen or emphasize inequality, and what we feel and what we could see in your presentation is that pandemics has shortened the time. I mean, we have less time to develop policies that would enable us to be more prepared for future changes, because these changes have accelerated. For example, digital transformation. So the question is, how from public policies can we reconcile both objectives? On the one hand, addressing existing inequalities, for example, countries that are facing more challenges, that are more vulnerable in the face of the pandemics. How do you address this, knowing that besides this, they will be more impacted in the future? That is, how to resolve current inequalities to be better prepared for the future challenges. That would be my question. Thank you, Elba. I think it's interesting. If I had the answer, I would like to give it to you, but I know that it's very, very difficult. On the one hand, any transformation and digitalization process, use of artificial intelligence in the past have created more jobs, more than the jobs that had destroyed. But transformations took a long time, and so economies of the different countries, cities, were able to adapt for these kinds of activity. With pandemics, transformation in the case of teleworking, this just happened overnight. So if our objective was for 2040, we will achieve that in less than 12 months. Without the capacity of transforming this at a society level. So certain jobs oriented to the winning sectors, this will create short-term benefits. But for many people that are in areas that cannot be digitalized, they have lower training, then they will not have this period of transformation. For example, informal economy sectors. I know now I'm working for the UNDP on the post-COVID recovery plan, where they have 6 million people, mainly Syrian refugees in informality. And these people have been made redundant overnight, and the possibilities of finding a new job will be basically zero in the next few months, because they depend on informal employment based on contacts, and these people now cannot interact with other people, and also the social scars. And this will make transformation small. And we're not talking about informality only, but for example, in the most vulnerable sectors and the loss of employment between women and young people, it is higher in those people. For example, this is the case of Turkey, middle-aged man with a fixed job. They have been less vulnerable to the pandemic's impact. So how can we fight this? We need to act, and we need to act now. We can't wait. But we need to put forward plans to recycle, reform, and create systems to create jobs, to promote the absorption of labor and oftentimes low-qualified jobs in a very short term. And this cannot be done with social employment, which is one of the solutions that we have put forward. We need to do this by sector, dynamic sectors, sectors that have the capacity to increase their complexity and also diversify into sectors that can create jobs and can absorb this number of unemployed people. So I'm very aware of environmental issues, but when we say that the problem we have today is that if we do not create employment, what we'll have is a social revolution that will, in many countries, will do away with any kind of solution. It will impact on the climatic change that we're facing today. So we need to think not only within the country, but also to devise development strategies. For example, how in Córdoba I can put together activities to create jobs and decent jobs, more sustainable jobs for all of these people that didn't have the chance to transform or transition with more thought-out policies to address issues that before would take 20 years, that it just took place in 12 months. Thank you, Andres, very much for your intervention and your perspectives on this reality that we're going through. With this, we have finished, and I'd like to thank you, Andres, again for your presentation, and we expect the rest of the speakers. We look forward that you have a wonderful day at the forum. Thank you. Thank you, Elva and Andres. Very interesting on this issue. Now, at 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. European time, the discussion held by the legislative body from the municipality of Córdoba. This will be broadcasted via the YouTube channel. You can access to the information on the forum website. We'll now have a 10-minute break, and then we'll continue with a plenary session, the same issue. Wada Casales and will show you some of the super blocks of Córdoba City, how we have sort of recovered these spaces for pedestrians and citizens in Córdoba City.
Se conoce a nuestra ciudad, porque aquí nació la primera universidad de la Argentina y la segunda de América. Una de próceres y presidentes, creadores, artistas, estudiantes, hacedores y sueños. Hoy Córdoba constituye un polo innovador y tecnológico. Por nuestras capacidades, infraestructura y potencial, el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo nos calificó como ciudad emergente. Fieles a nuestro legado, vemos la capacitación permanente, el acceso a la información y a la tecnología como pilares para la evolución social y económica de nuestra ciudad. Damos alas a la educación. Estamos desarrollando un nuevo programa de innovación en la enseñanza y el aprendizaje para implementar en nuestras escuelas. Una ciudad innovadora y creativa que lleva a la delantera en proyectos de digitalización de la administración pública. Desde 1997 contamos con la primera incubadora de emprendedores del país y sumamos un laboratorio de innovación pública y social que impulsa el desafío Córdoba Resiliente 2021. Hoy más que nunca sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos podemos hacerlo. Córdoba Capital. Todas las oportunidades. Un solo destino.
Desde la gestión de Martín Yayora tenemos un doble propósito: trabajar no solo en la incorporación de mujeres referentes de distintas empresas, sino también en la incorporación de un nuevo modelo de economía como es el modelo de economía circular.
Hoy estuvimos reunidas acá una serie de mujeres para generar un espacio de indagación, de aprendizaje y de articulación entre el sector público y privado para sinergiar en esto de la economía circular.
Estamos acompañando en la formación a través de distintas capacitaciones, talleres, porque la verdad que necesitamos más conocimiento en materia de economía circular para aumentar los índices de reciclaje.
Con la clara intención de empezar a generar políticas que tengan que ver con la recuperación de los materiales que se generan en las distintas empresas.
Hoy lo disfrutás viendo este streaming con artistas increíbles, pero todos estos lugares son tuyos, son para vos. Córdoba lo tiene todo, disfrutala.
Buenas tardes a todos los que están viendo el Docta Sound Live. Estamos en el corazón de Córdoba, en las plazas donde se freestylea y batalla, y donde arrancaron los Leones con Flow. Tengo el placer de presentar su música hoy. Con ustedes, Juaco, S y Nicky.
Solo busqué mi salida, ninguno me tenía fe. Nadie pensaba que yo triunfaría, cambiaron al ver que lo logré. La verdad que son poco leales en mi vida, te ven bien y no te apoyan. Se mueren de envidia, se mueren de envidia. De chamaco en el caserío te juro que le he perdido la fe. Los panas del barrio por 2 pesos ahora te cortan los pies. Yo le metí pa' adelante por toda mi familia. Progresé, murmuraban a espaldas mías. Y yo sigo de pie, respetan mi presencia. ¿Quién pensaría estar con feca toda la adolescencia? Yo siempre fui real y se me agota la paciencia. La vida te golpea y podés ver la realidad. Los panas están en la buena y en la mala mucho más.
Cargo el piquete, como en el 207. Hago billete, próximamente me llueven los cheques. Y no es muy raro, porque yo sí sueno caro. No como lo de Big Chanta, no sé si le queda claro. Alguien que le explique a todos estos fecas que ni a palo paro, porque yo ando 13. Esto negro de hace meses, yo rapeo de los 13. Años que pasan y mi nombre crece. Me paga el SAI, te dejo con ese. Ando workando desde que amanece. Fíjense cómo lo hago, para mí esto no es muy complicado. Yo le gano hasta acostado, o mientras me voy a comprar helado. Yo no me olvido del pasado, ni tampoco del que me dio la mano. Mis hermanos a mi lado, tengo mis valores claros. Tengo mis valores claros. Mis hermanos a mi lado, tengo mis valores claros. Tengo mis valores claros.
Solo busqué mi salida, ninguno me tenía fe. Nadie pensaba que yo triunfaría, cambiaron al ver que lo logré. La verdad que son poco leales en mi vida, te ven bien y no te apoyan. Se mueren de envidia, se mueren de envidia. Ahora me llueven las gatas, me llueve el dinero, me llueven los likes. Toda la money que hacemos para la usábamos a transportar. Con el 38 siempre cargado, te juro que estamos cuidados, bro. Yo sé lo que hablo, mis negros están todos pegados, todos pegados. Bien metido en el juego, en el ranking estamos primero. Subiendo puntos, marco diferencia en todos los tableros. Quisieron bajarme, no pudieron desviarme. Game over con su shit, querían mezclarme. Salí pa' adelante, me siento indomable. Mi ángel ha hablado con Dios pa' que me guarde. Dijo no tenga temor, ahora soy intocable. Tú sigues siendo real, no traiciones a nadie. Solo busqué mi salida, ninguno me tenía fe. Nadie pensaba que yo triunfaría, cambiaron al ver que lo logré. La verdad que son poco leales en mi vida, te ven bien y no te apoyan. Se mueren de envidia, se mueren de envidia.
Y bienvenido.
Welcome back. We're back to resume our agenda on this 4th day. We'll now begin with a plenary session on thematic line number 2. The future of work and the work of the future from a territorial perspective in the context of crisis generated by COVID-19. We have a special guest today. Mariana will welcome Alejandra Torres, who's the Secretary of Planning from the Municipality of Córdoba. Alejandra, thank you for being here. Thank you very much for your invitation. Alejandra will be one of the speakers in the panel organized by ILO and ADEC. This plenary session will be moderated by Carlos Santizo from Colombia. Carlos has an extensive career on public governance. In the last 2 decades, he's worked in over 12 countries in Africa and Latin America in multilateral banks, governmental institutions, and international bodies. He is a director of technological innovation, and he's a member of the advisory council from the World Economic Forum. Welcome, Carlos. and thank you for joining us. Good morning. Good morning, everyone from Bogota, Colombia, in this fourth day of the Fifth World Forum on local economic development. We'll have a wonderful panel from different parts of the world, from the world to Cordoba City, in this plenary session on this issue, which is very interesting, not only in terms of our current crisis, but also the recovery plans and thinking ahead in the next decade. Because as it was said on the document for this session, the COVID-19 crisis impacted work around the world. On ILO data, almost 500 million jobs were lost as a result of crisis. And if we consider current data, I'm sure this has increased. This impacted on the income, which is above 3.5 million in US dollars. So this impacted the whole world, particularly the Latin American region. And we can see this in Latin America, the cities, which is a region that is comprised of large-scale urban centers. And I believe that in this panel we'll be discussing some of the impacts of the crisis in the labor market, but also we'll have a look at what is coming in the future and the work of the future. Particularly when we discuss recovery that has to be greener, more digital, and this will have a lot of impact on the nature of jobs in both in the public sector and the business sectors. And this panel will be led so we'll organize this discussion. We'll have 4 presentations, 4 issues to discuss, and then we'll open for questions. So we can exchange our opinions. To start this discussion, we'll begin with Barcelona, Spain. Pilar Díaz Romero is joining us from Europe. Good morning, good afternoon, Pilar. And it's an honor to have you with us. You'll give us a political perspective and a technical perspective on the issue. Pilar is a mayor of Esplugues de Llobregat, which is part of Barcelona, and she is an adjunct of the presidency. He's a delegate for international affairs. She is a vice president of Le Carlet. And at the same time, what is interesting is that Pilar, alongside her political career, comes from the technological sector. So she'll be able to share her perspectives on the digital decade or digital transition. Catalonia and Barcelona are taking an active role in this transition. Pilar is telecommunications engineer from the Polytechnic University of Catalonia, where she was also a professor. She was the winner of Ericsson Award, a very renowned award on the best doctoral thesis in Spain. So Pilar will share her perspectives. So Pilar, the floor is yours, so you can share your contributions, the future work and the work of the future from Barcelona. Carlos, thank you. And good afternoon. Good morning to those of you who are in Cordoba. And special greetings to the panel members, the people in the sector, public sector, and the civil society. Warm greetings from Esplugues de Llobregat. We have about 47,000 close to Barcelona. And so I am representing the City Council. Diputación de Barcelona has been present in the 4 previous editions, and I have the opportunity again to speak on a very important topic and the role of territories towards a sustainable transition. Before going into the presentation, very briefly, I'd like to tell you about our institution. Diputación de Barcelona fosters well-being of the society from the territorial environment. We have 311 municipalities, and even though the capital city of the province is well known because it is the cosmopolitan city, which is Barcelona city, it is true that we also have 190 municipal governments that have less than 5,000 inhabitants. That's one of our priority is to assess these territories, not only the city of Barcelona that is well known, that has a lot of resources, and we support that city when it's appropriate, but also work on the territory with the small city governments and the small towns. We don't want to leave them behind. So having said this, the pandemics has, and it's been said during the forum, that the effects have led us to one of the most significant crises, unprecedented in the last 100 years, that will kind of impact the whole world for the future. And it has really impacted the whole society. We've experimented a lot of pain, and we're still going through a lot of pain due to human losses and also due to the social economic consequences as a result of the economic crisis, because we've been to actually go through a lot of sacrifices that they were needed. But we were asked to make a lot of sacrifice, and as a consequence, a lot of stores shut down, lots of unemployment, and unfortunately, poverty and vulnerability have increased, and we're powerless. For example, municipal governments of the metropolitan area, and when we took over in May 2019, we were growing, economically speaking. The country was growing. So we began to draft different plans and budgets in sort of an expansion type of situation. This changed overnight, and this crisis actually uncovered a lot of the problems and weaknesses. Now we cannot just overlook them, and we cannot expect them to resolve naturally, because, I mean, we don't want to. We can't go back to normal. I mean, there are many things we want to recover, but other things we don't want. And on the other hand is, the SDGs, one of the biggest pending issues or tasks, the 2030 agenda need. The modality we had before was not quite satisfactory, and some of the issues we faced back then were worsened. The measures to counteract and had a strong impact on the planet and on the people in general, with differences based on the territories, but the effect and the impact has been really terrible. Especially, we've seen this impact on workers with the almost complete lockdown and shutdown of activities, of non-essential activities. In other cases, this shutdown of essential activities has not been complete, because we were able to resort to teleworking and digitalization, and thanks to technology. And it's not really bad news, but we need to organize this. I mean, how to transform digital and because the pandemic has been an accelerator of digital transformation in public administrations and in the business sectors, because we were in need, we were forced to transform ourselves. But we have sort of accelerated a process that was already here, and a lot of companies were already on this line, but the habits that we were seeing were accelerated. So we could see transformation go really, really fast, and also taking care of our health. And so we have increased the visibility of non-essential workers. So we needed to have a pandemic crisis to really uncover to what we were saying before, the importance of taking care of our healthcare systems, educational systems, and to recognize the work done by the workers in the health sector mainly, and in the education sector, and the importance of care activities, particularly speaking about dependent workers. So here we can see two sectors, emerging sectors. We can see them very clearly, healthcare and digitalization. If I have some time, then I'd like to go into it more in depth. And since the pandemics broke out, a lot of people were driven out of the market. We see that a lot of our efforts have to do with recovering the jobs that were lost due to economic recovery by taking measures not only by the states or governments, but also with measures that are, proximity measures with local governments. And as the vaccination programs are complete, then we not only do we have to recover those jobs, because we are not going to be able to recover them. Some of them, we won't recover them at all, but we have to create new jobs with new profiles that will be really essential in the future. And some of these profiles, we cannot even name them because we don't know them, but we have to prepare ourselves. We have to prepare our people. We have to train ourselves in a very changing, impermanent society. So we know which are the sectors that would be essential, which ones will not be as essential. And as we have some experience already, and we learned from some, the Industrial Revolution, we've learned some lessons. This is the digital revolution, the fourth revolution. This one that will be extremely digital. We should be ready. We should be training our people so that we can improve occupancy, we can narrow the digital gap, and so that it becomes an opportunity. And the most important thing, we can prevent inequality and the growth of poverty. So when we speak about digital transformation, we should know that this is 80% transformation and 20% digital, because technologies that we are aware of are not technologies of the present, but they've been on for decades now. It is the need for transformation that some large companies have understood, Google, Amazon, for example, that we need to apply them so as to be happier and to be able to work in jobs that are more creative. And in this context, we should bet on a territorial economy based on human resources, based on territories. salaried and non-salaried workers and essential workers from the local governments, which is my perspective, we can contribute to this new economy. We can promote public policies. In addition, we have to empower citizens and communities to ensure the health of our democracy. And pandemics has really led us to be more to solidarity. People that have had volunteered to reach the most vulnerable people. So we have very active social movements and very robust synergies, community synergy. We have to work with the business sector, social agents, business agents, all of the researchers. We need to weave transnational networks. So, for example, this forum, people, we are, you're in the morning, we are in the afternoon, to ensure that our cities and to ensure qualified, decent jobs, and also recognize the role of care in our economies. We want activities that contribute the regeneration of our economy. We want these sectors to play a key role. I insist they need to have a key role. And I believe we need to unite our efforts to increase the quality of life of our communities, to improve health, education, art, culture, and to create more spaces to have more community. We know that is actually essential during pandemic times. I believe that we should not be self-indulgent. We need to be convinced that we have to articulate our efforts from the local governments, and that at this point we are in a hurry because every second counts. And in the framework of the second World Forum on intermediary societies, communities, we're going through. We're talking about the survival of the communities and the nature. So we need to discuss about resilience and define the respect for the environment, natural ecosystems that could be summarized in a single word: sustainability and resilience, economic resilience, which involves harmonizing the survival of the planet and the people. And the global agendas are set in the same direction, based on life systems that leave no one behind, but recover our respect for the environment. We are aware that local governments will not be able to achieve these objectives alone. The 2030 agenda talks about the having all of the stakeholders and the need for partnerships, so the participation in forums such as this to strengthen partnerships. And we are at your disposal to begin to work and work towards the future. It's been an honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Pilar. There are a couple of interesting ideas that do not only apply to Europe, but also to Latin America. There are different worlds: small cities, large cities, and intermediate cities, different realities, all of them. And we need to take that into account because balance is changing in the future of work in those spaces. And I love what you said about the digital idea, 20% digital and 80% transformation. I think that's what Alejandra Torres will tell us about. I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of messages from the technical team. Alejandra Torres, so we are going back to Cordoba now, to the Universal Cordoba, and Alejandra Torres is a referent in the economic development arena. She's modernization planning and international relations secretary for the city of Cordoba, and in 2019 she's been Secretary of Planning Modernization of the government of the province of Cordoba. Also a very important level of government in these topics in Spain, the autonomous cities and the provinces in Argentina. They have a key role for the economic reactivation of the territories. Alejandra is also coordinator of the project of the United Nations for Development and executive director of the Development Institute, Social Institute Development Institute, IDESA. She's a lawyer from the School of Law, National University of Cordoba, and she is a great reference to foster digital transformation of Cordoba, particularly, but for the whole territory as well. Alejandra, the floor is yours to share what you call the end of the bureaucratic pandemic. Can you tell us a little bit more about it? Good morning for those who are in this time zone and for those in other time zones. First of all, I'd like to thank mostly this invitation and the possibility to be here and to share with this prestigious panel very important topics such as the future of work and the work of the future. Second of all, I can't help but thank the organizer of this very important event, because for them it's been a challenge to forget about the face-to-face traditional kind of forums and to participate in this digital way, the way we're doing now. I have a presentation, so I like to show you. In fact, I'm going to speak, as Carlos mentioned, from my perspective in the public administration, how to improve the public sector's operations in situations like the ones we are undergoing. And the name is The End of the Bureaucratic Pandemic, because many coaches say that there is always a milestone or a specific event that triggers the possibility of breaking with traditional models. That's a very difficult thing to do, because we are used to that and we are in our comfort zone as a consequence of the fear. And honestly, the pandemic for the public administration, whether it's the national, province, or city jurisdiction, I think that specific milestone, this fundamental milestone, puts an end to a public management model, traditional model, to advance to a completely new model that is different and that is much more efficient for citizens. The pandemic, of course, brought about for all of us, and we can't deny that, very bad news. My previous speaker, the previous speaker in this panel, said that it uncovered several problems in terms of health infrastructure, the lack of human resources, medical supplies. There were many job losses, small and medium enterprises that went on bankruptcy, and they have suffered the loss of, many of us have lost a loved one as a consequence of this pandemic. We may say in simple terms, because Carlos already explained that at the beginning of his presentation of the panel, the private sector also had very bad news. Latin America is a continent where there is a lot of inequality, and of course the pandemic just strengthened made that gap bigger between the poor and the rich as a consequence of the decrease of the economic activity and the loss of many workstations. We could think about that according to some studies of international entities, organisms, about 14 million jobs were lost since the pandemic started. If we think about Argentina specifically, in the most vulnerable areas, of course, we cannot stop but think about the loss that we had in terms of precarious, non-formal or informal jobs, which is about 700,000 jobs that unfortunately, due to their illegal nature, stopped existing. But Churchill said, not all are bad news. Churchill said optimists are those who, from calamities, they can make an opportunity. And I think that pandemic, for those who are optimistic, is a very key turning point to produce changes in the public and the private sector. And I would say that in the private sector, they were able to adjust and to instrument a series of technological tools, change processes in the business rules in order to alleviate the nocive change that the pandemic has produced. Very quickly, the small and medium enterprises that were already undergoing this fourth industrial revolution and that obviously understood that the business model was going to be different, they very quickly were able to produce those deep changes and incorporate technology to continue providing services and doing their job every day. So telecommuting, this whole possibility of having this forum online to communicate ourselves virtually, to have different types of training developed through digital media, they were the focus or the possibility that the private sector had to adapt itself and to be sustainable. But if I ask myself what happened with the public sector, with the public sector, I can also say that there was an adaptation. It was necessary for the public sector to adapt and to adjust its management model to give answers to the needs that are imposed to approach the pandemic issue. It's also clear, and here we have to be very respectful, that the foundations or the floor where we started working on in the public sector, it was completely different from what the private sector had as a floor. The private sector was pretty dynamic, and they were already looking at this fourth industrial revolution that we were already undergoing it, and that we had to strengthen some digital tools, an approach to the pandemic in a different way. The public sector, however, saw that too, but the public sector was a little reluctant to keep a public management model that is clearly obsolete and that has done many things that do not do any good, and that it demands a transformation in its management model. The public sector departs from regulations that are very obsolete, more adapted to past moments, with legal rules that are regulating management processes and the way to supply services that result rather obsolete and completely bureaucratic. Processes that were enclosed in what Ramio calls in a public administration where they only see among themselves in a bubble. And it also departed from a technology, but a technology that was also obsolete, and human resources that were not well trained to face this difficulty. That's why I think it's important to bring into your consideration something that was recommended by former president of the U.S. Obama, when he mentioned the need to read Power to the Public. Why don't we use technology to improve our quality of life, to keep ourselves healthy and safe, and to reach the most vulnerable ones with these basic services that they need? We need to remember that a city like the one in Córdoba, a city that is one of the largest ones in terms of jurisdiction, that covers 3 times the jurisdiction of the capital city and that has 1.6 million people, needs technology, needs a different management model in order to continue providing services to its citizens. The city is the forefront where citizens go and claim for transportation, trash collection, healthcare, correct city lighting. So how can we face this transformation process in the public sector? Córdoba has based this transformation process that started back on December 10th, 2019, on 3 main axes. First, the design of the process must be based on what we listen from the citizens. The main focus of our process has to be the citizen. We have to be citizen focused. We have to listen to them and get out of our shell where public officers worked and designed their processes from their desk, using data in real time to channel the solutions to problems and to continuously improve, mediating results to learn and improve the continuous improvement. They all imply a different management plan to continue to end with those endless errands that citizens had to be standing in line for hours, and to be with a management that responds to the citizens in a very automatic and efficient way. If you ask yourself, okay, what happens with the future of work in public employment? Most of the public administrations have regulations that safekeep the public employment. Public employees, the officers who work in the local public administration, do not fear of losing their work, their jobs. What we do have to understand, though, is that they need to have the capacity to realize that we are in a changing process. With training, they can achieve transformation. There must be a learning process of the new technology, and they also need to understand and work with them to make them see that their opportunity is, okay, let's get rid of those routinary, repetitive activities. Let's get rid of those tasks that are not gratifying and they're not appreciated. And let's allow the public officers that through technology they can do much more creative jobs and much more innovative jobs. Now, I'm going to ask you, since time is of the essence, I'm going to show you a video that in a few minutes shows to the local and international community the process of transformation that from the city in the city of Córdoba we're carrying out to get rid of the past obsolete management model, to introduce them to into this transformation process where the axis is the focus of our processes is the neighbor and the citizens. And let's roll the clip, please. Digital transformation in capital city of Córdoba. Clean desk, simplification, innovation. Digital identity with the city. A city with digital identity. First city in applying the Clean Desk law. Digital neighbor platform, a repository for services in your mobile phone, more than 850,000 digital citizens, digital registry Results, more than 68,000 people were enrolled, 20 million pesos were saved. Concentration of all the errands in just one platform. Results, 150 errands are done online. Citizens have an app and also a health app for the COVID-19 results. The information is updated in terms of healthcare. Electronic notifications, saving 60 million pesos in paper and 1.8 tons of paper. Digital bills, people can pay electronically. More than 172 million saved and 74 tons of paper saved. Transportation routes, all the information is on the web. People can see their bus routes. All the public transportation is in just one place. Data management. All the boards with decision making in real time based on evidence. And what's coming? Citizen app, digitalization, sanitary digital ID, modern city. Thank you very much. That was the end of my presentation. And I'm open for questions later. Carlos, the floor is yours. I tried to make it in the minutes that I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're having some connectivity problem. Just a break, and we'll continue with this panel, this plenary session. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
So we were able to work out the problems here, the technical problems. Carlos Santizo, the floor is yours. So we're back. when we talk about digital transformation, you have some problems like this, internet issues. So let's continue with the plenary session. We had the presentation that Alejandra Torres gave us. She discussed all of the progresses that Cordoba made as a result of the crisis. They really accelerated their transformation, and also the role of intermediary cities. Alejandra also reminded us that when we talk about these topics in Latin America, we have to think about our realities, particularly informality, inequality, which add to a pre-existing crisis, and our problems before the crisis. And in the case of Colombia, these problems emerged they became even more relevant. We'll now give the floor to Candelaria, joining us from Santa Fe province. Another local perspective. Candelaria is the Secretary of Federal Management from the Central Region of Argentina. She's a representative of the Federal Investment Fund, graduated from the University of Cordoba. She was a parliamentary coordinator at the Senate of Argentina and a vice president of the Parliamentary Assembly. Candelaria will also discuss her perspectives at a local level, and also the importance of vertical coordination, vertical management, the reactivation of employment and the future of work and the work of the future. Candelaria, the floor is yours. Carlos, thank you very much. Good morning and good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers for this event. This is truly an event that is necessary to create forums for discussion and to develop partnerships, as Pilar said earlier on, to what we call here the future of work and the work of the future. Apologies from the governor. The pandemic is really hitting our territories very hard, so he asked me to send his greetings, congratulations, and thanks for this opportunity. As the president of Pro-Tem, the executive table of the Central Region, the Central Region is a block of interregional connections made up of 3 provinces, Santa Fe, Cordoba, and Entre Rios. And at that point, the main purpose was to promote economic development, social and human development of the 3 provinces, based on our constitutions that had been recently reformed in 1994. In December last year, in the framework of transitioning of the presidency, our governor, the 3 governors, signed an agreement where they established a federal common agenda, so that the priorities set by the 3 governors to work jointly at a regional level, considering that these were milestones, such as, for example, creating quality jobs to promote the sense of belonging and a balanced development of the territories. This is connected to what was presented before. And to achieve these milestones, we need to train our human resources that is related to the economy of knowledge, and also set agreements to prioritize gender equality and nature-based solutions to empower the food industry in international markets. In addition to this, at a national level, to reinforce or to strengthen the private-public connection, we all agree in the guidelines that our administrations need to put forward to respond to the pandemic crisis and post-pandemic. In the framework of the government of Santa Fe province and aligned with the Central Region agenda, our agenda also shares the three pillars. I mean, it's an agenda that is centered on the human being that is proposed by the global agenda on the future of work. I would like to focus on a specific program that we've been working on, we've been developing since 2020, where the state of affairs in 2020, at the beginning of the the pandemic had increased inequality and the existing social gaps in our province, in our territories. 72% of public schools of the province of Santa Fe did not have internet connection for educational purposes, and only 18% of households, we're speaking about a province of over 3 million inhabitants, only 18% had appropriate connection. This data were really significant considering what was going to take place later, the impact of the pandemics in our territories, and the need for connection, internet connection. Internet is actually the gateways to the access of equality, not only from the educational point of view, but also from the health standpoint, economic standpoint. The United Nations recognized the access to connectivity to a fundamental right. And this is the floor particularly for those of us that are in the administration. So we need to devise public policies based on this premise, this fundamental right as it is the right for connection, internet connection. It is a human right. So we developed what we called the Santa Fe Más Conectada program that approaches two main pillars. First, connection, and then education. Two main pillars to develop our territories. This program is intended to ensure access to high-quality internet in each of our cities and territories. How? Through internet networks to reach 365 territories or cities. It is so it's over 4,000 kilometers of internet connection, and this can be compared to the railway expansion This train that at that time, I mean, the railway that was essential for the growth of our cities, we're convinced that Santa Fe province, it is optic fiber, internet and connectivity, because it is through optic fiber where we can actually sell our products and make information available to each of the territories and get the world closer to our peoples. In many presentations, they discuss about the need to improve the quality of life for peoples that are far from large urban centers, and we should highlight that we need to build a sense of belonging that actually leads to equal development. So people don't have to move to large urban centers to develop their lives. Quite the contrary, they can actually strengthen that in their own territories. In the forum, in the preparatory webinars, local governments needed to work together so as to connect neighborhoods, and regions need to make digitalization available to everyone, thereby narrowing the gaps between the urban and the rural. Santa Fe Más Conectada program has begun to take Wi-Fi to 134 popular neighborhoods over two of our main cities, Rosario and Santa Fe. These popular neighborhoods are beginning to have the opportunity to connect and communicate via Wi-Fi. Santa Fe Más Conectada, as I said, seeks to find responses and narrow the gaps. It's a connectivity infrastructure plan and access to the whole territory. And Santa Fe Más Conectada is an option to overcome COVID-19 crisis that has actually deepened inequalities. So we believe in this, that through the provincial and the regional government dialogues is where we can make progress in building a transformational agenda between the government of the province and the municipal governments and local governments. Our governor says that Santa Fe province is a province that accepts differences, but it does not affect inequality. So we've we developed a strong design, so we need to connect connectivity with another pillar, which is education. And for this reason, this program also, what it means for the citizens of Santa Fe to strengthen the participation of students in the provincial educational system. We're modernizing the infrastructure we have today, and we have to adopt the digital tools and technological tools that are required at all educational levels, from kindergarten to elementary school, high schools, and so on. And we're planning to build 9 Fab Labs across the educational regions. These centers for innovation and creativity is so needed in these times. In this IT digital world, we need to combine the educational approach with innovation, research, invention, and local entrepreneurship and digital citizenship. These spaces are also conceived to be able to become a forum for discussion, and we want these sectors that begin to communicate to provide solutions to the new needs. Santa Fe Más Conectada is also intends to modernize educational administration through training and digital educational skill development that favor the implementation of these methods for virtual agendas in these remote education systems that are taking place today. We also believe, we strongly believe, that we must reduce gender gaps also related to access to programs and connectivity. Therefore, Santa Fe Más Conectada has to do with gender. I mean, we have two cross-sectional pillars, gender and innovation. So let me share some data. For example, Argentina between 2010 and 2016, the number of registration in technological programs, 33% were women and the rest men. And if we make more focus on, for example, programming programs that have more potential in terms of job creation, women, the percentage is brought down to 16%. So we also need to reduce these gender gaps regarding connectivity and technological and in education. There's bias when hiring personnel, some obstacles to obtain or to be in managerial jobs. So we need to address these big gaps that have been deepened by COVID-19 crisis. In the Declaration for the Future of Work adopted by the International Conference in 2019, the need to support the role of the private sector as the main source of economic growth and job creation via the need of an environment that is good for sustainable companies, particularly for micro and small companies and for social economy and cooperatives, in order to create decent jobs, productive employment, and better levers for us all. Along these lines, Santa Fe Más Conectada promotes dialogue among the different sectors, and also connecting the educational sector. We also worked on a new programs which supplement Santa Fe Más Conectada, which is the Tecno Pyme program. This administration believes that employment is a mechanism of development, and the objective is clear, is to continue growing and to take advantage of the talents and to take advantage of the benefits of digital transformation. So what we did was to study 600 companies to understand their demands and to connect them with universities, development agencies, and technological centers, and create the synergy to respond to the necessities. We believe that digital revolution is an engine for growth, and we bet on this, of becoming leaders in transformation that would favor relationships between science, companies, and the state. We want these conditions so that the talent of our province and regions develop and are exported. That's why the importance of the sense of belonging as an important component. We want to train our people so that no one is left behind and we can take advantage of the digital revolution. That's why we believe and understand that Santa Fe Más Conectada is a very broad program that involves all of the needs we have detected, the gaps and inequalities that we need to adopt today, fundamental measures to be able to narrow these gaps and achieve the SDGs as the framework for our public policies action.
The challenges are huge. We have to be up to the expectations and to work together. The public sector, the private sector, the civil society. As Pope Francis said, no one can be saved on its own. Thank you very much and good morning, everybody. Thank you, Candelaria. Thank you so much for emphasizing such an important topic like inequality, another dimension of our inequality in the region and how we can bridge the gaps. McAfee, the German bank in Latin America, we would love to support Santa Fe in this program. The idea is to connect more, to connect better, and to close the gap, but also to invest in digital skills. And the Fab Labs are excellent examples that we can discuss further. I think this transformation, this transition, the recovery has to be digital, but also greener in terms of economic development so that it's more sustainable. And we have the pleasure to have Victor Van Buren that joins us from Geneva. He is the director of the entrepreneurial organization at the ILO. So he is, and he has worked with South Africa too. So we have another voice from the South on these topics to tell us about the future of work into a green transition. Victor is also president of the task force of the UN on social and solidarity economy, president of Action for Greener Economy, a member of the capital markets, and would like to talk to you about the state of affairs in terms of the debate of reactivation or reconstruction of a more equal jobs and more sustainable economy. In this context, Victor is going to give his presentation in English, so you can choose the language you want to hear in, whether it's Spanish or French.
Right, thank you very much, Carlos, for that introduction. Unfortunately, I don't have any good Spanish-speaking skills. I would love to be in Latin America at the moment in Cordoba rather than in Geneva. I think it's an exciting part of the world to be in Latin America, and especially I'm a big football fan and I follow the Latin American football very well. Anyway, let's get down to business. The fifth edition of the Global Forum of Local Economic Development is once again providing a global platform where governments, trade union and business leaders, international organizations, civil society, and academia come together to address critical issues at local and national level. And that's where the solution to all our challenges lie, is at the local economic development level. As much as there's guidance from elsewhere, that is where it really happens. We talk about building back greener and better and a human-centered approach. And I think the youth are calling for us to bring back that human-centered value approach. So when I talk today, that's going to be a core element of what I'm saying. You know, people are human beings and not machines. It's not a machine we're repairing. We're dealing with the lives of human beings, and the social deficit is huge, and we've got to somehow deal with this. The single most telling statistic that you've heard from the ILO is the millions of jobs that have been lost in this last while because of COVID. The impact is 4 times greater than that of the financial crisis in 2008. Nowhere has that been more evident in the world than the impact on informal workers, the youth and women. Small and medium-sized enterprises have been strongly affected, and they have limited reserves, and they're not so resilient. And that's where our focus has to be as we go forward. With an economic recovery expected in the second half of 21, and we hope that it will start picking up, the economy still faces a high degree of uncertainty, and there's a risk that this recovery is going to be uneven. And that's the challenge that we have in developing economies. And as Carlos mentioned, I come from South Africa, and you've got the same challenges in that part of the world as you've got in Latin America. This uneven economic recovery is going to be staring us in the face. So where should the focus be, and what can we do? And I've got 8 points, or let me raise just first of all, that the first thing we need to tackle is more social protection. 75% of the world's population does not have adequate social protection. So we need more decent jobs and social dialogue and private and public sector cooperation. But there's a need for an enabling environment. And that's so important at the national, going right down to local levels, is going to be so important. And I've got 8 points that I just would like to mention quickly. The first, in order to ensure a broad-based job-rich recovery with decent work opportunities, will have to come through an integrated national employment policy response, which must include supportive and stable macroeconomic and industrial policies. We cannot have them working in silos. There has to be this integration, which also strengthens public and private sector investment in all different sectors, because different sectors have been hit differently. And there has to be a strong look at the expanding of decent work opportunities. Secondly, we need to support business continuity and an enabling environment for productivity growth and sustainable enterprises, including a focus on micro, small, and medium enterprises. At the ILO, we're going to embark very soon on a massive program of productivity enhancement through productivity ecosystems, because that's where the future economic growth will be. Number 3, we need to provide incentives to employers to retain workers. At this difficult time, there's got to be some incentive to keep businesses going. 4, we need to prioritize support to young workers and entrepreneurs. We've got to create this opportunity for young people to become entrepreneurs, as they have an indispensable source of dynamism, talent, creativity, and innovation. The youth have become discouraged. They don't see a future. Yet through entrepreneurship programs, we can provide them with some kind of hope for the future. Number 5, we need to strengthen public and private investment in lifelong learning. And I've heard every speaker talk about education. We need to include more equitable and effective access to high quality education and training. The challenge in the developing world is our education systems are not meeting the needs to fill the gaps of the job markets. We're providing unemployable youth. We've got to look at our lifelong learning systems. Number 6, we need to leverage opportunities of digital and ecological transitions. And I'm going to spend a moment on my next points on the environmental opportunities that are there. But digital opportunities are there, but we need to train the youth in how to use it. Number 7, develop and implement comprehensive and integrated approaches to curb the spread of informality. We need to provide incentives for the informal sector to be phased into the formal sector. And particular attention needs to be given to the rural economies. There needs to be a phased-in approach. You cannot just take informal sector overnight and make them formal. And we haven't learned the lesson of how to phase this in. Number 8, we need to remind ourselves of the often forgotten opportunities of job growth through the social and solidarity economy enterprises, which is a growing phenomenon. The evidence shows that the social and solidarity economy plays an important role in preserving employment and creating new employment. This is an area that must be brought into the mainstream thinking and policies, and is often left on the sideline. One of the priorities of the task force of the UN on social and solidarity economy, which I chair, is precisely about local economic development, and this is an area we're going to explore further. Now we move from our 8 points, and we just talk. I'd like to spend the next few minutes just on one or two general points. The ILO continually promotes the LED approach to create decent jobs, as this is one of the key elements of the future. The integration of various dimensions of development, social, economic, cultural, and environment must be part of an LED strategy. In fact, the objective of the local economic development approach is to raise the level of social cohesion, which is a factor of competitiveness in markets, as well as a value per se in terms of life quality. Now, looking at the environment, we must converge around the same and common narrative. This is not something outside of economic growth discussions. Some still consider that we must choose between economic growth and jobs, social justice and environmental sustainability. To the contrary, we have learned that there is no necessary trade-off between these dimensions. The same applies to the debate on climate change. Clearly, it is not an action against climate change and environmental degradation that will destroy jobs. It's inaction that will destroy jobs. The pursuit of economic growth, which we all agree is required in an inclusive manner to generate decent work, to lift millions of people out of poverty. This can be well achieved by ensuring environmental sustainability. And I just want to give an example here. We've shown that countries who have looked at the environmental aspects and the emission of greenhouse gases between 1995 and 2014 have reduced working poverty by an annual average of 4.6% compared to a lower average. If we look at the jobs that can be created through paying attention to the greening of jobs, we can generate 24 million jobs by 2030, while at the same time losing 6 million. So we've got a net increase of 18 million potential jobs if we pay attention to this field. My last point is about process. Process is as equally important as content, and social dialogue is so key to building back better, greener, and with a human-centered approach. Social dialogue in particular supports the delivery of outcomes through governments convening tripartite partners to design and implement national plans and policies. Social dialogue is one of the basic principles of local economic development, which makes the partnership between public and private spheres crucial to promote inclusive economic development. In conclusion, it's important to state that there are three capitals that we're looking at: social, economic, and environment. And that integrated approach at a local economic development level is the key to unlocking job growth and the creation of decent jobs. And I've touched on each of these elements. I sound like a preacher, but I think in the end, it's about coming back to the value system of valuing the human being and building that into all of these approaches that we take on. And then we will start hitting the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals in building back better, greener, and with a human-centered approach. Thank you for inviting me on this panel. I'm sorry that I couldn't speak Spanish, but I hope my message got across okay. Thank you, Carlos.
No, thank you, Vic. Thank you, Vic, and especially also sharing your perspectives. I think let me switch back to Spanish, which is the language of Córdoba. But
it's very interesting to see your perspective and the ILO's perspective. Even though the focus of this panel has been the local development, we see the interconnectivity and the interdependencies that we've had at global level. And nowadays, I think that we can only talk about global. So local and global. And so greener economies, more digital world, but Victor mentioned this very quickly and very emphatically. Always human being centered, around their hope for the future, and with the reliability that institutions can carry out these kinds of changes. Unfortunately, we're not going to have much time to dialogue and to talk and to exchange questions, because time, unfortunately, has flown by with the technical problems. But I like to thank the panelists that were here with us this morning. Pilar Diaz in Barcelona, also Alejandra Torres in Córdoba, Victor Van Buren in Geneva, and of course Candelaria from Santa Fe, sharing her experiences in the region. And without further ado, thank you very much to all of those who were listening to us. And well, my thoughts are to you, go to you, with the situations and your family members in Colombia. Here where I am, the situation is quite critical. And without further ado, I give the floor back to my friends in Córdoba so that we can continue with the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos, for moderating this plenary session. Thank you, Alejandra, for joining us on the set. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here present, and it is really enriching. So many things to say. We were expecting, we're looking forward for this open Q&A session, but unfortunately we could not have it because we had to summarize everything on the future work, resilience, and the incorporation of technologies and the new management model of municipal government is a requirement that is here to stay. I'm sure we're going to have some more time to discuss this further. Okay. Moving on to the social media. Before that, we would like to show you an iconic place. Just as Paris has the Eiffel Tower, we have the Eiffel Wheel, and also a house that was designed by Eiffel. On the screen, we'll have a look at the poll and the trivia. So the question is, what's your proposal to be part of the change? And some of the questions. There was this quote. You had to tell us who the quote belonged to. Today, more than ever, life has to characterized by a sense of universal responsibility, not only among nations and humans, but other humans and any other form of life. Who said this? Dalai Lama, and 60% of the participants answered that correctly. Second question. Innovation guided by small farmers adopted in sustainable and local circumstances will be necessary to secure food security in the future. Bill Gates is the author, 100%. And the third question, future generations will not forgive us for jeopardizing their last opportunity. Who said that? Jacques Cousteau, and 30% of the people answered it correctly. The other 30%, Judith Salas, social and solidarity economy, has different objectives compared to conventional economies, such as sustainability, cooperations, feminism, democratic values, equity, human rights, mutual support, and above all, human-centered approach. And the next trivia, peace is not only the absence of war. As long as there is poverty, discrimination, and exclusion and racism, we will not be able to achieve peace. Who said this was Rigoberta Menchú. 30% got it right. And some of the contributions, which are your proposals to be part of the change? That was the question. Let's have a look at the answers. I'm a teacher, and I always take new ideas to my classes. The change begins with oneself. Each action teaches and contributes to taking care of our home. Another question: to speak with others is a good way to create awareness. What's your proposal to be part of the change? It's very important to educate ourselves and listen to other voices. Change is urgent. We cannot continue waiting for external factors to push us. Proposing actions in our proximities with the neighborhoods and public schools. As citizens, we should demand certain practices to our governors. We have to educate and show small changes in communities with which we relate to. As internal resources, international relations student, I think it's important to have these kind of content in educational programs. It's important to create changes in, for example, neighbor associations. It's important to raise our voices in the place where we work, to get the knowledge we have to people who do not have access. Next slide. There are many answers. Well, you can actually see them on Instagram. It's this is what you think. What can be done to improve this our world? We'll now have a break, and in just a few minutes, we'll resume with our next session.
Córdoba, ciudad de todas las culturas. Hoy contamos con el corredor de arte urbano y a cielo abierto más extenso de la Argentina. Sabemos que las industrias culturales son pilares de la transformación social y económica. Por eso, nuestra ciudad habla de géneros y derechos humanos, de infancias y juventudes, de biodiversidad y contextos urbanos. Trabajamos en la recuperación de espacios públicos junto a los vecinos y artistas de cada barrio para promover el desarrollo local, valorizando su patrimonio cultural, tradiciones y riqueza histórica. Y nos mantenemos cerca, muy cerca, aún durante la pandemia. Así, siendo fieles a nosotros mismos, ya somos un escenario cinematográfico para el mundo. Hoy, más que nunca, sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos, dibujamos nuevos caminos. Córdoba Capital, todas las oportunidades, un solo destino. Córdoba de las Campanas, así la llamó el poeta. Basta con llegar al centro histórico para encontrar sus iglesias de gran porte. Sus callecitas empedradas llegan a una catedral de aires barrocos e indígenas, atravesada por la cañada que recorre la ciudad sin pedir permiso. Córdoba también alberga la manzana jesuítica, una vuelta al pasado que presenta un legado de más de 400 años. Junto con las estancias jesuíticas, la UNESCO las declaró Patrimonio de la Humanidad. Sus recintos, tradiciones y costumbres marcan nuestra identidad. Trabajamos constantemente para recuperar y potenciar los espacios urbanos de la ciudad. Bajo una iniciativa de la Municipalidad de Córdoba, la Comisión Europea subvencionará un proyecto para mejorar la preservación del área central. Nos plegamos a las grandes tendencias del mundo, implementando un nuevo modelo de urbanización, las supermanzanas. revalorizando espacios de encuentro que acompañan el esparcimiento, el deporte y la movilidad sustentable. De la mano de los promotores del río, cuidamos la costanera y su entorno. La ciudad nos cobija. Convivimos con la historia y la modernidad a flor de piel y somos parte de ese legado y ese futuro. Hoy más que nunca, sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos, disfrutamos la ciudad, Córdoba capital. Todas las oportunidades, un solo destino.
Sabemos que las ciudades evolucionan, cambian, se renuevan y crecen de la mano de soluciones transformadoras. Desde la Agencia para el Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de Córdoba, hace 24 años que estamos comprometidos con nuestro territorio, promoviendo el desarrollo sostenible con equidad. Somos un catalizador de iniciativas, un conector entre lo público y lo privado, una usina de co-creación de ideas y proyectos. Somos un espacio donde confluyen las voces y sueños de 50 instituciones, que representan a empresas y emprendedores, gobiernos, académicos e investigadores, promotores de la innovación y la transferencia tecnológica. Desde 1997 recorremos un largo camino. Promovemos la competitividad con un instrumento único en el país, a través del aporte de empresas de la ciudad. Impulsamos la transformación digital y potenciamos el desarrollo emprendedor con transferencias de innovación al circuito productivo. Concretamos el programa Córdoba Ciudad Diseño y llevamos adelante el Plan Estratégico Córdoba Polo Logístico al 2030. Desarrollamos estudios territoriales para que Córdoba pueda recuperar el área central y repensar las zonas norte, sur y este de la ciudad. Y tenemos el orgullo de haber sido seleccionados como sede del V Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local. Estos grandes desafíos nos llevaron a promover una planificación estratégica participativa del territorio para trabajar colaborativamente tanto los ejes estratégicos como las hojas de ruta hacia adelante. Construimos juntos una gran historia y fieles a nuestro legado, continuamos escribiendo un gran futuro. Fortaleciendo vínculos, afianzando la articulación público-privada, abriendo nuestras fronteras a lazos internacionales que impulsen nuestro crecimiento y enriquezcan nuestros aprendizajes. Hoy, más que nunca, sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos, construimos nuevas realidades por un desarrollo sostenible con equidad.
Muy bien, regresamos.
Welcome back from Cordoba City, where we streaming live this World Forum on Local Economic Development. We'll now begin with the simultaneous sessions, the workshop organized by ILO and ADEC, the impact of digital transformation on economies, societies, from companies, monopolies. Let's have a look at the presentation. Facilitating territorial responses to local needs and inequalities worsened by the crisis, the strategic value of alternative economic models. This is the presentation of our last panel organized by UNDP. Local, it is moderated by Johannes Kratznitzner. He's been working with UNDP and is part of the international coordination team. He plays a key role in developing integrated strategies for local governance. He's responsible for the center in Brussels, and he's the director of UNDP to localize SDGs. Welcome, Johannes.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
In welcoming all our visitors and our participants, I would also like to thank you once, because I do think that you really do an excellent job in leading us and guiding us through these first 4 days of the Fifth World Forum that I have the honor to really co-organize since the beginning. So Mariana and Franco, a big applause in the beginning to you. Maybe in the continuation, I mean, to welcome everyone to this panel on alternative economic approaches, alternative economic thinking, and I'm very proud that this happens within this second pillar of the forum, which is really on inequality. You know, like I've heard and I have got quite some inspiration already during the sessions that I heard, and one of them is when someone asks, "Okay, tell me where you live," and they tell you how long you will live. I mean, that is really something on inequalities. One of the problems that we have, it's a protracted inequality that lives on, that gets worse and worse. So we also have heard in one of the panels that we have organized in Peru, for example, during the crisis, during the pandemic, poverty increased by 10% in the country. At the same time, if you're following the stock exchange data, we are seeing that we have every day and year and absolute heights in the stock exchange. So it's a little bit of a weird confluence of economic data and realities that we're seeing. Or maybe let's take the housing. If I take Germany, in Germany every week there are thousands and thousands of people in the street in Berlin because they can't afford their housing anymore, and it's really extremely difficult. At the same time, politics is evaluating and most likely approving the merger of the two biggest housing equity funds that have more than 500,000 apartments to rent. So again, I do think it's many things, and I do think that if we're thinking about that, we're thinking about social justice, we're thinking about economic justice as part of the social justice. Probably we will hear about both ends of the distributive and participative justice that we need to consider, but basically it's all about approaches that put the human being, the well-being of the human being and of the planet in the center of the economic models that we have. And I'm very proud that we have with us representatives of different, let's say, movements, alliances, organizations with us that all will, in the first round, explain to us a little bit conceptually from where they come from, what they stand for, and in the second round of questions, then a little bit more about practical aspects of applying that within maybe a territory, within a city like Amsterdam, or within an organization, or what are the challenges and the advances that has been made within the different networks. I'm very happy to have with us today Miss Julie Fraud, Professor of the University of Manchester and the member of the Foundational Economy Collective. So that's the first one, the Foundational Economy Collective. Miss Amanda Janou, Knowledge and Policy Lead of the Wellbeing Economy Alliance. Then Mr. Christian Felber, the initiator of the Economy for the Common Good. Then we have Donny McLurkin, the Executive Director of the Post-Growth Institute, and as mentioned, Ms. Evelyn Jonkoff, the Team Lead for the Sustainability Department and Urban Planning of the City of Amsterdam. Without further ado, I would like to maybe introduce a little bit more in detail our first speaker, which is Ms. Julie Fraud, Professor of the University of Manchester. She's member of the Foundational Economy Collective, which is a group of researchers who share the interest in how the foundational economy can be renewed and enhanced. She's an author of the 2018 book of Foundational Economy, The Infrastructure of Everyday Life, that has been published in many languages. I'm pretty sure, Julie, we will hear more what you mean by that everyday infrastructure that sustain a good quality of life. Julie, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Ernest. It's really nice to be here this afternoon and meet everybody. Let me see if I can share my screen. I'm unable to share my screen. It says it's been disabled. I'm not sure whether somebody can re-enable that for me.
colleagues, can we enable the
Yes.
Okay, it's
screen
working.
Could you try again?
Yeah, I got it now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
There we are.
Thank you.
Hopefully you can see my screen. Okay, so thank you for the introduction. I'm speaking on behalf of the Foundational Economy Collective, and in response to my first question then, so what's the foundational economy approach? Well, really, in simple terms, this is an approach that highlights the importance of the infrastructure of everyday life. And these are the systems, the services that provide those essential goods and services that we all need for a safe and civilized life, regardless of where we live, regardless of our income. So these are kind of a universal set of goods and services. And we can think about them, they're not simply essential to survival, they're the foundations of citizenship. You know, they're really important politically, culturally, economically, and socially. They were important before the pandemic, and they're important afterwards. In a sense, the pandemic doesn't change things, though it makes life more complicated for many others. If we want to think about it in a bit more detail, we can think about these as including both providential goods and services. So this would include education, healthcare, social security, pensions, so the things that look after us. And then the material goods and services. These are enabling services. Housing was mentioned just now, transport, food, energy, water, waste, retail banking systems, we have to access our money. So all of these are our foundational services. And one of the key characteristics of these is they're often collectively provided or collectively accessed or organized. These are things we can't just buy for ourselves. Imagine as a citizen, you have a certain amount of income. You can go and buy a new pair of sneakers. You can go and buy a book. You typically can't buy internet infrastructure unless it already exists. You can't buy schooling. You can't buy healthcare in the same way. So we're dependent upon this collective provision and collective access. And that's one of the key characteristics of the foundational economy. So these are obviously essential, but they don't always exist in an accessible way or a good quality way. So you can think about some countries, particularly in Western Europe, where foundational infrastructure has previously existed in a way that's inclusive, but has become neglected, downgraded, it's been privatized, it's been underinvested. And in other countries, of course, some of these services have never existed in a way that offers good quality and inclusive access. And that's really the kind of the challenge, is how do we make these services available to everybody wherever they live? So one of the key aspects of the foundational economy is it takes a different approach to traditional economic policy. So mainstream economic policy, the objective is raise GDP, and this will indirectly create these socially meaningful benefits. So we all have jobs, we all have wages, we pay taxes, and somehow this infrastructure will be provided. Now, we know in practice this doesn't work. So the foundational economy perspective is to turn things around the other way and say, let's focus directly on the sustainable provision of these foundational products, because these things directly contribute to well-being and livability, but we have to do this within planetary limits. So it's a way of focusing on the problem directly, not indirectly. And in doing this, three key ideas I'll just highlight here. So first key idea, the well-being of citizens depends on social consumption of essential goods and services. So we're trying to think about the social consumption as opposed to private consumption. Therefore, second idea, the primary role of public policy should be to ensure the safe a supply of these basic goods and services in a way that's socially and environmentally sustainable. And the third key idea is that access to good quality services is a matter of citizen entitlement. So this is something that is politically and democratically important. We can't be citizens unless we have access to these services. And to do this requires radical social innovation and participative approaches. So I'll stop there.
Many thanks, Julie. I do think it's quite interesting as a starting point, and I think it seems to be rather simple, as a concept, but probably that's why it gets its strength also, as a rather simple concept. If I relate to that in my 25 years of experience, in local development and in trying to support local governments in also supplying basic services, but it's hardly that we really get to that point that we also in these kind of programs include that kind of thinking. How can we supply that services in the most just and equal way? As you just mentioned, it ought to really see that as a kind of like as an absolute entitlement of people. Just one question from my side. Is that kind of idea thinking around foundational economy, is that something that is more based in Europe at the moment, or do you also have kind of like followers and discussions with other parts of the world where maybe even less of these these services are provided at the moment? No?
Yes, I think the network, the Foundational Economy Collective, is mostly based in Europe, and I think our interest has come from looking at a kind of a Western European perspective, where a lot of services that we had have been neglected and disinvested. But I think the foundational economy is a universal, and if you're thinking about the context. In a middle income country, you're starting at a different point, but that fundamentals of citizenship is exactly the same. No matter where we live, we need clean water, we need schools, we need internet, we need transport, we need food. So it's a different starting point, but exactly the same focus.
Absolutely. Many thanks for that first intervention, Julie, and I've also. Something stayed with me when you mentioned this is not only since the pandemic, but of course many people started only to think since the pandemic. But I do think we are addressing here structural problems that we are much longer and people are much longer thinking and trying to address. In that sense, I think it fits very well that we have Amanda with us. Amanda Janou, Knowledge and Policy Lead, as I said, of the Wellbeing Economy Alliance. Amanda is an economic policy expert with over a decade of experience working with governments, international development institutions like the UN or the African Development Bank around the world. Her work aims to build just and sustainable economy through the well-being oriented and participatory design processes. And prior to joining the Wellbeing Economy Alliance, you also had you also worked as a researcher, Fulbright researcher, and you graduated from the Cambridge University with an MPhil in development studies. Amanda, the Wellbeing Economy Alliance is, if I understood well, is really an alliance of many different organizations and institutions that are trying to put the people and the planet more in the center. I understand that you're trying something that seems to be very important, which we in the UN also do very often, try to develop this narrative, that you can take people on this journey. So please tell us a little bit more about how you work and what is the essential about the Alliance. Please, Amanda.
All right, thank you so much, Johan. Yes, absolutely. So the Wellbeing Economy Alliance is a network of organizations, academics, governments, citizens, really any change maker who is passionate and committed to building a more equitable and sustainable economic system. And so as an alliance, we all encompasses a really broad range of approaches and initiatives, such as circular economy, donut economics, community wealth building, and many more. But what all of these movements really have in common is a recognition that people and planet are not here to serve the economy. The economy is here to serve us. And so at the heart of WeAll's mission is really a recognition that together we're stronger than the sum of our parts. And so in order to achieve something as ambitious as changing our global economic system, we really need to come together across silos, across sectors, and across movements in order to build the necessary power bases that are needed to transition to a different economic system, or what we call a well-being economic system that works in service of people and planet. And so the way that WeAll works is we aim to help to build such a power base by amplifying the work of our incredible members, such as the Post-Growth Institute and the Economy for the Common Good and the Donut Economics initiatives, which you'll hear about right after I'm done speaking. And we try to aim and aid these initiatives and help to accelerate economic systems change by supporting a shift in popular conceptions of what the economy is and narratives around the economy so that more and more people really join this movement and see themselves as a part of it. Because we believe that one of the most powerful forces really maintaining our current economic system and legitimizing this really extreme increase in inequality is our own thinking about the economy and really our limited imagination when it comes to thinking about this thing we call the economic system. And so the economy is so often presented as this very abstract force that is out there beyond our control. And as a result of presenting the system as this sort of magical, self-regulating, wealth-generating machine, we have somehow bought into a narrative that casts us as servants to it, when in the reality, we are the economy, right? So it's just a word that we use to describe the way that we produce and provide for one another. And so once we recognize that the way we produce and provide for one another is obviously influenced by our history, our geography, politics, culture, and so many other factors, that makes us realize that there can't be a one-size-fits-all economic model. And so similarly, there also can't be some perfect alternative economic model that's waiting to be imposed on us. We have to build it, right? And so we have to be the creators of the better world and the better economic system we envision. And so for us, it's really about recognizing that we need more ambitious visions. We can do better than climate change mitigation. We can produce things in a way that really regenerates our natural world. We can do better than inequality reduction. We can provide things to one another in a way that's actually fair and just, and to build a system that is pre-distributed by design. So for us, this is really about saying, let this be an age where we ask people what kind of society and world they really want to live in, and then work together to build an economy that can deliver it. And this all really begins with embracing new notions of progress and also new notions of development, because for a very long time we held this development narrative that if we just generate enough wealth, everything's going to be okay. But the reality is now many of the richest countries in the world are realizing that they're great at generating wealth, but their people aren't happy. And they're destroying the cultural and environmental systems required for our resilience and our survival. And so the Wealth and Economy Governments is, I think, a really good example in this respect. It's comprised of Scotland, New Zealand, Iceland, Finland, and Wales. And these governments meet periodically to support one another in their commitment to a different notion of progress, one that really moves us beyond measuring success by our level of GDP to measuring our success by our level, the level of our people and planet's well-being. And so I think what's really profound about this movement is that it in some ways calls into question our fundamental understandings about what determines development. Because if true development is achieving really high levels of collective well-being and knowing that collective well-being will be sustainable in the future, then I can say that at least for my country, the United States, we're very far from developed. So we might be the richest country in the world, but we're really unhappy. Yeah. So we've developed and exported this economic model that systematically consolidates wealth and power into fewer and fewer hands. And so for this, I really want to apologize. I want to apologize for the trade and the patent and the structural adjustment programs and the McKinsey economic policies that we've really imposed upon the world for decades now, because this has systematically reinforced very neo-colonial trading patterns and systems of wealth extraction. And so as we think about, and recognize that, we've built a system where I was reading the other day that for every $1 of foreign direct investment that flows into the African continent, $3 immediately flows out. We have some moral reckoning to do, right? Because this is not a flaw in the system. The way the system has been designed. But once we realize that we have an economy, we realize that we can redesign it. And so the well-being economy movement is all about moving beyond fixing and tinkering and redistributing to really getting it right in the first place. It's about recognizing that we can get the economy to do more of the heavy lifting by encouraging and rewarding the best rather than the worst parts of us, so that we can build a more designed and sustainable world for everyone. Thanks.
Many thanks, Amanda. Let me maybe just just quickly follow up, because if Matsukato, for example, said that she thinks that the pandemic will allow us to maybe reform the global economic system that we have. So in terms of what you told us, do you see the pandemic more a chance? Because you're kind of like overseeing a lot of these different movements, as you just said, like, did we or did they become stronger, these movements? Do you have more power base? How is that? How do you see that relation now?
Absolutely. Wonderful question. So I should definitely give a little caveat here that I'm an eternal optimist, right? So the thing is, I definitely think that we have seen huge amounts of progress and a lot of acceleration in terms of the movement, because there has been a fundamental re-questioning of value. Yeah, and I think that's happened at a very personal level, but also at a system and a societal level as well. I mean, one of the most profound things, and I think one of the best examples, right, is that it took governments almost no time to identify which economic activities and sectors were most essential for current well-being, right? And they were not hedge fund managers and billionaires and, CFOs that are really the ones who have been flourishing most during this time, but they are the ones, we have clarity on what kind of activities are most important. And so with that reclassification of doctors and grocery clerks and delivery drivers and farmers and teachers as essential, I think that in of itself is a really powerful foundation for thinking about how do we actively encourage and reward those activities, right? So that we're honoring the value they bring to our societies.
Many thanks, Amanda. With this one, let me now go to our next speaker, and I'm very happy to have Christian Felber with us, the initiator of the Economy for the Common Good and the Economy for the Common Good Cooperative. Christian is a writer, university lecturer, and contemporary dancer in Vienna. He's the initiator of the Economy for the Common Good, as I said, and wrote several bestsellers, including Change Everything, Creating an Economy for the Common Good, and Money, the New Rules of the Game, which was awarded the Get Abstract International Book Award 2014. The Economy for the Common Good received the Zeit, a very renowned German magazine, as you know, Wissen Award in 2017, and made it into the 2021 bestseller list of the Spiegel. Christian, the Economy of the Common Good. Can you tell us a bit more about it, about your approach and what it is about, please?
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Thanks for giving the opportunity to introduce one of the members of the Wellbeing Economy Alliance, which we are. And our initiative started 10 years ago in Austria, your country, Germany, and Italy. And since then, it's spread to 33 countries. So it's a very quick dissemination to diverse continents. And we are composed by and driven by companies, cities, educational institutions, from schools to universities, and first and foremost citizens. And we consider ourselves a holistic alternative to the economy. I'm, by the way, not an economist by academic training. I would love to be a universal scientist, but universal sciences, I think the only institution where you can study that is the Schumacher College in UK and Brazil. But that is our approach. And we already heard that there are plenty of alternatives. This is the meaning of tapas. It's not Spanish, it's English. There are plenty of alternatives, and we are one of them. And probably we are one of the most holistic ones, because we offer not only a complete theory of change with a narrative and 20 cornerstones of a different, sustainable and fully ethical economy. We are a highly participatory movement, as already mentioned. And we are also thinking about deepening and improving the democracy, because even in the European countries and the Western world, democracy is in decline, and Colin Crouch analyzed it as a post-democracy. We're also working on that. This is our approach to the economy, a holistic approach. Economy is embedded by nature, literally, into the global ecosystems, but also into broader cultural and ideally democratic contexts. And as a consequence of this holistic approach, which actually should be at the beginning of every textbook of economics, business administration, or management, we come to the conclusion that the overarching goal of the economy actually should be the common good, whereas money or capital should just serve as means. And this is not new at all. This was already the distinction of the economy, the original oikonomia, by Aristotle from a different concept. Aristotle said the goal of the oikonomia is the well-being of all members of the household, the greater common good. And money and capital are just means. And if we invert this relationship and turn money and capital into the goal of our activities, then this would not be economy any longer. This would turn into Krematistike in his times and capitalism in today's times. So actually, economists that teach capitalism aren't economists, true economists. They are professors for capitalism studies, or Krematistike in his terms. And now comes the good message. Nowadays, constitutions enshrine economy, which is by definition an economy for the common good. There is no single constitution that legitimates capitalism in the definition of Aristotle. So where is the system error? The system error is in success measurement. As Amanda already mentioned, today we are not measuring the achievement of the goal of economic activities. We are measuring the availability of means. And this is a failure of method, because success is always and everywhere measured alongside and according to the achievement of the actual goal, which is, according to constitutions, the common good. And that's why we propose to create a common good product as an alternative to GDP, from which we could derive the common good balance sheet for every single company or other organization, and the common good exam for investments. We have already done the second one. The common good matrix is the balance sheet for companies. And as there hasn't been a democratic process yet to compose a common good product, we use the 5 most frequently mentioned constitutional values, from human dignity to solidarity and justice to environmental sustainability and transparency and co-determination. And we measure how consequently a company lives these values according to all its stakeholders. And we're not the first ones in defining a sustainability report, but probably we're the first ones to ask for their integration into one unified and legally binding standard, which, and this probably makes the difference, should be quantifiable in points, comparable. And now comes the most important innovation and proposal of ours in order to correct today's system error, that companies that are more responsible and sustainable than others have higher prices because they have higher costs and a competitive disadvantage in relation to dumpers in all disciplines. They should have lower market prices. And this can be achieved if we link the comparable and quantified result of a common good balance sheet to existing incentives, from public procurement to economic promotion to differentiated tax rates or loan condition, up to international trade and market access. It would still be a market economy. So we are the ones who try to reform markets, but markets would no longer be capitalistic markets, but an ethical market economy. And just to finalize and show you the 20 cornerstones, one of the cornerstones is limiting inequality. I will explain it in a concrete practice later. Or what Professor Frau told us as foundational services, we call democratic commons, but refer to exactly the same. That would be one of the 20 cornerstones. And my last slide, Amanda apologized for the foreign economic policy of the United States, and I want to apologize for the Austrian School of Economists, because they tried to make us believe that there is nothing between capitalism and socialism or communism. And we tried to open up thinking and said there are many alternatives, and just in the middle, equidistant from capitalism and communism, is a true economy that deserves that name, and we would call it economy for the common good. Thanks for your attention.
Christian, many thank you for that kind of introduction. I know it's not easy in such a short run. I mean, one question I would have, maybe it's quite interesting because you're addressing yourself very directly also to the private sector, to companies. No, and it seems that you have quite some success already with the balance sheet and so on. What kind of, like, is there a difference in response from the private sector or from the public sector to what you're proposing? Do you see that one or the other side would rather be on board, or is that depends on the individual case?
It depends on the individual case and on every region. In some regions, we have a very strong response from the private sector, and in other regions, a stronger response from the public sector. But all over the countries in which we operate, I would say it's balanced.
It's balanced. Okay, I mean, I'm sure we can hear a little bit more in the second intervention. Many thanks, Christian, for the time being. And let me go to our next speaker, which is Donnie McLurkin, the Executive Director of the Post-Growth Institute. Originally from Australia, he lives in the US, from where he co-leads the Post-Growth Institute, an international not-for-profit organization accelerating the shift to a world where people, companies, and nature thrive together within ecological limits. That's the ideal. He's an affiliate professor for economics at the Southern Oregon University, a distinguished fellow with the UK Schumacher Institute for Sustainable Systems, adjunct professor for the Australian-based Institute for Sustainable Futures, and a fellow of the Royal Society for the Arts, and holds a PhD in social science. Donnie, I mean, we have heard a lot already from our colleagues. I'm pretty sure that you can subscribe to many of the issues, but maybe give us a bit of a background on the Post-Growth Institute and what your specific approach is there with your colleagues. Donnie, over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Johannes, and great to be here with everyone today. Our work really builds on an exciting understanding that we developed over the last 8 years about what resides in people's hearts and minds already, and what we can build on that is universal. With my colleague Jennifer Hinton, we have been conducting a very simple, non-scientific experiment that I think really brings to light the possibilities of moving to the alternatives faster that Christian, that Julie, that Amanda have been sharing with us today. What we did was we asked people across the political spectrum, across all forms of demographics, whether it's gender, whether it's age, whether it was pro-capitalist, whether it was anarchist. We would do this simple experiment where we would ask people to draw a symbol or shape that represents how a future that's working for everyone would feel, and then do the same thing for how the present economy feels. And what we discovered was amazing. Across all the differences of perspectives, people always draw one of 4 symbols or shapes for the future that they know will work, and one of 4 symbols or shapes for the present economy. So here, let's have a look at that. For the future economy, people either draw a circle, an infinity symbol, a spiral, or a heart. For the present economy, they draw a jagged line, a triangle, a downward arrow, or a mess of lines. Now, when we compare these, you can see a very clear trend. The future for people has to be based on non-linear circularity, some notion of a system that folds in on itself, that has some kind of enclosure that is supportive, that has a curve built into it, a returning, a predistribution, as Amanda mentioned earlier. But interestingly, and this is again to remind you, across a whole range of people from all different countries around the world, including people who are free market pro-capitalist advocates, everyone will draw one of these things for the present that is jagged, that is linear. And this linearity and extractiveness is exactly the fundamental thing that we all intuitively feel is wrong with the current economy. And as Christian said, there's some errors that are baked into our economy that are problematic with respect to the capitalist narrative of profit maximization and growth. And as Julie mentioned earlier, that notion of GDP growth is really central to this. But what we discovered as a core diagnosis of a problem that doesn't get addressed perhaps enough in the progressive economics literature is that the growth in the accumulation of the money supply, so actually where money, liquid money in bank accounts in particular, is stored, actually drives the growth of the overall system. Wealth inequality is important in these diagnoses, but monetary inequality is actually even more important because of the way that our systems have a relationship between money and debt. And so this present economy that we all feel is linear, and yet we all know we need to move to something which is more circular, which makes sense given all living systems thrive on circulation and all living systems die when that circulation doesn't exist, as we're seeing with the accumulation of carbon in our environment, or as we see when blood and oxygen struggle to get to a part of a body and it becomes gangrenous. That same principle of circulation is so crucial for our economy. So what people inherently know is that the future that works for us is purpose-driven and circular. And I'm narrowing in here on the microeconomic field, and there's many parts to the post-growth story. We need a future that's anti-oppressive. We need a future that understands our interdependence on the deepest story level with nature and with each other. We need, on the level of behaviors, a culture that's more giving and receiving. And we're seeing that kind of thing emerge more with mutual aid that really emerged as a movement here in the US that built on so many of the existing practices that were strong in communities of color, in Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities here, where mutual aid has been such an important way of responding to extractive capitalism. There are all of these different aspects of a post-growth system. But essentially, we believe the key leverage point is at the microeconomic level, at the level of the firm, at the level of companies. And the distinction between a future that works and one that doesn't is one where you have businesses that are driven by purpose, and as Christian said, use profit as a means, or the accumulation of money as a means to fulfilling a purpose, rather than our present system, which is profit maximizing, extractive, and creates ecological debt, social debt, and financial debt. And so for us, this centers on the not-for-profit model. We look at different forms of business around the world: consumer cooperatives, foundation-owned businesses, steward-owned enterprises, non-profits that have business models under them, which is an exciting area of development over the last 30 years in particular. And we discovered that almost 20% of the global economy in terms of GDP is actually driven by not-for-profit forms of business. We very much see a post-growth, post-capitalist economy as a market-based system where money constantly circulates. And for us, the post-growth test is this: does an activity, policy, or approach increase the overall circulation of money, power, and/or resources without simultaneously increasing the overall accumulation of money, power, and resources in any way? And that's an important distinction here. So many of the proposals that get put forward for sustainable capitalism, ethical capitalism, green capitalism, impact capitalism, whatever you want to have, as long as it has something where it looks good on the front, but in reality it's still seeing an overall accumulation of money, power, or resources, you're going to have the fundamental disconnect that we all feel in our bodies. If it's not fundamentally circular, it's fundamentally out of touch with an anti-life, in fact, with the kind of future that we know in our hearts that we need and deserve and are working towards in a really powerful way.
Donnie, many thanks for that well, I would say, quite inspiring thoughts and conceptualization of the problem that we're looking at. I also started thinking when you mentioned it's kind of we need to have businesses that are driven by purpose and that you're looking at the micro economic level. I mean, what we are doing since quite some time in specifically also when we are working within UNDP in recovery of local economic development, when we're trying to stimulate, is trying to build that kind of alliance within a territory. And there maybe coming back to one of the questions, so that there is a common sense of purpose where a territory, meaning its people, but also its businesses want to develop. Now, so I think I really take this up. And by this, I think that you can even create this joint purpose of more, where do we want to go, and then to look at how are we getting there. But of course, it needs much of an thought, and that's very interesting to take it from there. Thanks a lot, Donnie, for the moment, and we're going to hear more from you also in the second one. Let me use this now to go to our last speaker for the first intervention, to Evelyn Jonkhoff, which is actually the only representative of a local government of Amsterdam, of the city of Amsterdam, that we have today. And she's the lead of the strategy team for sustainability in Amsterdam. Evelyn studied biology, and she started her career in Amsterdam in the field of waste to energy, sustainable development as a project leader. But then she worked as a strategic advisor on sustainable development, and in 2013 with a focus on circular economy. As being responsible there for the Amsterdam Circular Economy Program, which started in 2015 with an in-depth research in the potential of circular economy. Amsterdam was and then awarded also, and I think this is also quite remarkable, the World Smart City Award in 2017, based on the integrated strategy and the program on circular economy. Today, Amsterdam, there with Evelyn, is working, of course, still on the circular economy, but putting it into a concept which gained quite some traction, the donut economy. Evelyn, tell us a little bit more, please. There from your experience on the donut economy, and then later on maybe on its application. But let's start out with that linkages between circular economy, donut economy, and the city like Amsterdam. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, Johannes, thank you very much, and thanks also for the invitation to join this panel and to share our approach in Amsterdam. And also thanks to the other speakers on this panel session, because I think all the previous speakers illustrate the choices that we have made in Amsterdam and the importance of really changing the economic system and focus on a donut economy, in which the circular economy strategy is very helpful, and in our belief the only strategy to really realize a donut economy. I've prepared some slides. Maybe you can share the slides for me, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Next slide, please. Well, here you see our overall goals. We want to achieve a fully circular and climate neutral city at the latest in 2050. And of course, we have our intermediate goals. For example, in 2030, we want to achieve a 50% reduction of the use of primarily resources. Next slide, please. Here you see a little timeline. We started our journey towards a circular city back in 2015 with a first program focusing on the built environment and food. We've evaluated that approach and then put it as a basis or fundament for the next strategy and where we are actually now. Next slide, please. Here you see an overview of what we have launched in April last year during the first phase of the worldwide pandemic. What we did is use the basis of and the fundamental model of donut economy to use this as a methodology and framework to make sure that our strategy in every aspect of it is helping us to stay within the planetary boundaries and at the same time strengthening social foundation. And we've translated this 5-year strategy focused on the built environment, food and consumer goods into a 2-year innovation and action program with over 200 projects, both from our city administration as well as projects from citizens, the private sector and knowledge institutions. Next slide, please. Here you see some visuals of the making of, because I do believe in not using the words program, but building a movement throughout the city and also in connection with other cities. So that means from the start, we have written this strategy and this program together with all the stakeholders in our city. Next slide, please. For those who are not familiar with the donut economy model, this is the orange or Amsterdam version of the donut economy, and where you see that we've described the planetary boundaries and also the social foundation, which is of course also the representation and the integration of the SDGs in one interactive and integrated model, because we do believe that only when we take up all the SDGs together, we can make sure that we are heading for, say, a post-growth and well-being economy. Next slide, please. Well, here, the first report we did on donut economy, what we have shared with the world is the impact of our city. When we look at our city via 4 lenses, both the local as well as the global scale, and looking at it from a social and ecological perspective. And it illustrates that our responsibility doesn't end at the city border. We have to take into account what is happening elsewhere in the world, where our products are made that we are using in our city. Next slide, please. Well, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, we're focusing on 3 value chains, and for each of the value chains we've described an ambition, say for the first phase of this production value chain, where we can really have a choice to change the way we design our products or design our houses or our public space. And the second ambition is aiming on the phase in which we are using our buildings and using our public space and goods, and we do have a choice to use it in a different way. And the last ambition for the coming 5 years is focusing on the end phase, because unfortunately we're still living in a linear world in which we are producing waste, and how can we make the best out of waste and use it as a resource. Next slide, please. Well, just a few examples to illustrate what we are aiming for. This is an example of the built environment. Wijkslooterham is a former industrial area in the northern part of Amsterdam, and together with citizens, architects, developers, builders, we are transforming this former industrial area into a circular city district, which is based on donut economy principles. Next slide, please. Here you see an example of our food value chain. It's called Farmers for Neighbors. It's also, from my perspective, a perfect example of translating the donut economy into practice. What we did was connecting farmers who are producing food who can't be used by restaurants and other companies because of the pandemic, and we linked it directly to citizens who has not money, who can't afford to buy healthy food. So it's shortened the production and consumption chain on healthy food. And the last example, please. Next slide. We all know that textiles are very polluting and a very polluting sector. So it's our aim to turn our region into a circular textile valley. And although thereby really helping from a very practical perspective this sector and helping them from a linear system to a circular and donut-proof system. Next slide, please. And I think it's one of my last slides, because it's also very important to monitor our progress, and it's extremely difficult to monitoring this fundamental transition of an economic system that is transforming from a linear to a circular one. So that means that we're not only looking at, say, material looks, but also taking into account the social foundation. And therefore, our city portrait on donut economy is a very important building block when we look at this monitoring framework. And the last slide illustrates why we are doing this. It's our ambition to realize a thriving, regenerative, and inclusive city for everyone within the planetary boundaries. Thank you very much.
Unmuting. Thanks a lot, Evelyn. Let me ask you, maybe because you mentioned you rather see this, maybe I have two questions, I would say. You see this as a movement, quite interesting. So how, as a city government, how do you reach out to the citizens, or also the private sector, to really create this kind of movement, to create this common purpose, as we heard, or narrative, because that would be the basis probably of the movement. And second, if you don't mind, one question that always comes to my mind is, to which extent is such an ambitious effort of a city like Amsterdam connected to national politics and policies? Is there a connection? Because, I mean, otherwise it's going to become quite difficult for the future sustainability, or at least more challenging. Please.
Thank you very much for these questions. And to answer the first one, I call it a movement because it's extremely important that we as a city move from a linear to a circular system, and really trying to make our city fit for a donut economy. So from the start, back in spring 2019, we've involved all kinds of colleagues within the city administration, and invited as well the private sector, citizens representatives, and the knowledge institutions. So what we did, we shared openly the draft version of our strategy, and we literally are writing together with all those participants the last pages, so to say. So I see it as an example of a common good. So our strategy is shared. We are not the sole owner of the strategy. It's a shared ownership, and I think it's extremely important. And from the other perspective, when we look at donut economy, what we see popping up throughout the city is, on the one hand, a donut coalition, with representatives of hundreds of organizations and individual citizens who are building up together this donut city. And third example is that in different parts of the city, citizens are connecting and reaching out to each other and organizing so-called donut deals, a very practical way of combining social activities with ecological activities. And of course, we are at the beginning, but I think it's extremely important that we believe in this movement, and that we are facilitating inspiring this movement. And regarding your second question, when we look at our circular economy ambitions, these are the same as on a national level. The Netherlands were the first country worldwide who published, I think it was back in 2017, so a couple of years later than Amsterdam, of course, because we're the capital of the Netherlands, so we have to set the right example. They published, as the first country worldwide, the ambition to be fully circular at the latest in 2050. And when we discussed this last year with the city council, because often we were asked, okay, is this not a very left-wing political movement? What we discovered when we discussed it with the city council is that over 90% of all the councillors voted in favor of this strategy.
Many thanks, Evelyn. And with this one, actually, I think I have a very good lead already to the second round of interventions and questions that we're going to ask. Because I mean, that kind of is it not a very left-wing policy if we're thinking about well-being, if we're thinking about planetary boundaries? But it is, of course, it is something that it needs to be translated into concrete policy making. No, it needs to be translated into concrete change. So from there, my question a little bit, and again, I'm starting with Julie Fraud and the others, but first with Julie, saying like, if you look at it from the foundational economy, I mean, I know that you are thinking about this. So what would be these kind of implications on policy? Please, over to you.
Okay, thanks, Johannes. I think there's some really nice connections between everybody who's spoken so far. So I think your second question was a long question, but it was a very good one, because it's easy to identify kind of the direction we want to get to, what this looks like. But I think it's a really important question of how do we get there? So I was thinking about what are the preconditions for renewing foundational economy infrastructure, and here's some 5 preconditions on the screen. Maybe it's not comprehensive. I think the first one is really important because we often don't know what to do or how to do things. And I think it's very important to be honest about maybe don't have the answers already packaged. We have to learn to do things differently. So we need to embrace experiment. We have to accept failure sometimes. We have to learn, and we have to cooperate. So I think the first precondition is to basically acknowledge that there aren't standard recipes, there aren't templates. It's about experimentation, learning, sharing. The second precondition is finding the actors and finding the agency to do this. And I think this, interesting to hear about Amsterdam, because clearly there is a powerful agency. And this requires thinking about, well, who are the actors? In the old sort of social democratic world, we think about the state, and the state does everything. But now we have to think about different kinds of organizations and how they work in alliance. So government is critical because government provides legislative framework, government can enable things, and government can stop things, good or bad, happening. But we also need to think about what kind of actors and to what extent can intermediary institutions, trade unions, housing groups, all kinds of actors can be potentially very powerful. How can they work? How can they act together? We need to think about points of intervention, particularly if we think about the specific characteristics of particular territories. What can you do? What are the opportunities here in terms of the possibilities of action? And that won't be the same everywhere. So in some places, you don't have the powers, the resources to make interventions. We need to think about business models. How do we reconfigure business models? If we're thinking about the way that we provide the essential services, we have to understand how those are currently provided and how they could be provided in different ways. We need to think about sustainable funding. We need to kind of have this long-term view. So we're combining kind of social, organizational, and also political. We need to think about participatory approaches. So we have to move away from a kind of top-down view that, again, one of the problems of a kind of the achievements of social democracy are phenomenal in lots of ways, but also it's a very much a top-down kind of view of how things should be done. So we need to rethink how do we get more participation. So those are 5 preconditions, and I can see already that there's a lot of overlapping ideas here and perspectives with some of the other approaches that we're discussing this afternoon. So I think these are probably lots of ideas that we might have some things in common. So then in terms of examples, I'll talk about 2 examples very briefly. The first one I'm not directly involved in, so I can't say as much about that. But to give you a context of a city region, then in Barcelona, they're starting to think about kind of in their strategic plan, thinking about how do they focus directly on foundational services. So that they're thinking about things like air, water, housing, food, energy. And this is in the context of a city that has huge amounts of inequalities. It has a large and very extractive tourist industry. So it's interesting that in this, very dynamic city region context, they're thinking about how do we provide these foundational basics for citizens. So it's a kind of rethinking local economic development in a global city and connecting with some of the ideas we've already heard. One of the aspects of that is trying to find new metrics. So how do they get beyond GDP, GVA to thinking about different kinds of measures? So that's one example of a city region thinking about foundational infrastructure. The one I'm more involved in directly is in Wales, which for those of you who aren't familiar, Wales, it's a small country, part of the United Kingdom. It has limited financial resources and limited devolved powers, which shapes the way that it's incorporating the foundational economy. But nonetheless, it's starting to put the foundational economy at the centre of alternative economic and regional development. So it's Wales is for Western Europe, it's a relatively low-income country. It's a deindustrialised country. It has all kinds of issues around inequality, poor public health. So there's lots of challenges here. And Welsh Government is starting to think about how does it focus on the foundational economy, including funding experiments in services like care, thinking about construction, thinking about food, public procurement. So thinking about how are those services provided, but also thinking about how can that be used as a way of focusing on grounded firms? So that's kind of small, medium-sized enterprises that are kind of territorially rooted, so not transnational corporations, but locally embedded entities. They could be family businesses, they could be cooperatives, they could be social enterprises. But how to bring together the demand side and the supply side to kind of sort of reinvent things. And again, if you think about areas like food, housing, transportation, these account for more than 60% of carbon emissions. So in a sense, if we want to fix the climate crisis and the nature crisis, we've got to think about the provision of these foundational services. How is it happening? Well, the Welsh Government is now incorporating the foundational economy to some extent. But I think what's also really important to understand that in Wales you have a really strong group of civil society organisations, social enterprises, non-profit organisations in care, housing, etc. And there's a kind of parallel process going on. So you've got government doing the kinds of things that government does within electoral cycles and programmes, but you've also got this diverse group of other organisations that are providing both imagination and challenge. So they're kind of coming up with ideas, they are doing experiments, they're putting pressure on government, they're ensuring accountability. So it's having that parallel process. And the other interesting thing, just to finish on, in Wales, Wales has a piece of legislation called the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. And it's the first country, it's a very small country, but it's a kind of globally leading piece of legislation that requires public bodies to consider the long-term implications of their actions. So in a sense, it's a way of embedding the long-term interests of economies and societies and nature into actions. Now, it's, as you might imagine, it's not perfectly executed at the moment. It's quite new. Everybody's learning how to use it. But this is a really crucial piece of enabling legislation because it's a way of thinking about things like food, transport, housing, care, energy. How do we provide these in ways that benefit future generations as well as kind of current generations? And that's where I'm going to stop.
Many thanks, Julie. Very interesting indeed. A very quick question, because we are a bit now tight in time already. Where do you think, for the foundational economy, we got two examples, no? One a local level, a city, and then Wales. Is it more the local level, subnational, or the national, or would you need to have as entry points both at the same time in an ideal scenario to really move the ideas of the foundational economy forward to get to practical results?
I think ideally you need it at every level. You need it at a community level because most of the good ideas and the energy is often found at a community level. But you need the frameworks, the legislation, the financial resources to be at least enabling, not obstructing. So I think where you can bring together the kind of the civil society with municipal or national governments, you're going to get more benefits, I think.
Yes. Many thanks, Julie. With this one, handing over immediately to Amanda. Amanda, your second intervention, please.
Yes, thank you so much. I've been loving everybody's presentation, so I thought I would actually show a couple slides for this. So this past year, we all really tried to help answer exactly this sort of question of, the well-being economy sounds great. How do we actually get there? And specifically, how do we develop policy that can help us get there? And so one of the things we realized in looking at the membership and the movement is that there were a broad range of incredible, proposals for the kinds of policies that are needed, frameworks that should be adopted, proposals for indicators. But what seemed to be missing was not the what should be done, but the how one goes about doing it, right? And so what we did was we brought together nearly 100 of our members to co-create this short guide, which really explores the question of how do we practically transition to a well-being economy in a way that is participatory and democratic, and also respects the local context and realities of different places, right? Recognizing that well-being economies will look different in different places, as will the journey. And so with that, we spent quite a bit of time on thinking about the principles that need to underpin these processes. And I won't go into all of them now, because I think also Julie has just really illuminated a lot of the really important ones. But I want to bring our attention to the one here around strength-based, because I actually think that's perhaps one of the more radical shifts, because in standard economic policy, it tends to be problem and deficit-based, right? So you start with thinking about what is the problem that we're dealing with and what are we lacking that is the cause of that problem, as opposed to really beginning with a clarity on what are we trying to achieve and what do we already have within our community or within our, our nation that we can build upon in order to achieve that. And that's quite significant, right? Because it moves the state or the collective from just being a corrector of market failures, right, to being active agent in building the better system or world you envision. And so the guide itself is broken into 5 different sections, which sort of follow generally the policy sort of cycle. And so around how do we develop a well-being vision? How do we develop a well-being economy strategy? How do we assess and select well-being policies, etc.? And the reality is that even though it's broken into sections, they're all interconnected. We recognize that this is also a very emergent process. So this isn't a step-by-step manual, but rather it includes a variety of resources and tools and case studies that can sort of inspire and support you along the way. And so I just want to give an example of the kind of exploration that you'll find in this little guide, right? So in the first stage, which is around vision, which is a lot of what we've been talking about so far, around how do we shift our notion of progress? How do we move beyond GDP or analyzing success by purely economic metrics to thinking about the aspects of life that really matter most? These kind of questions are explored in the guide, with this being an example of the page, like a page you'll find on the question, how do we understand what actually matters for well-being, right? Because that's a really important starting point. And so what you'll find here is that we recognize, first of all, we won't say this is what matters for well-being, right? This is not what the guide will tell you, but what you'll find is a variety of hows, right? Recognizing that there's a lot of different ways to understand what matters for well-being. Right? You can use community forums, surveys, focus groups, etc. But you also have WeAll tips. So tips from our community and our membership of our suggestions on how to do this. And in our perspective, the best way to understand what matters for well-being is to ask people, because the process of participating is transformative both as a process and an outcome, right? So people need to feel like they're active agents over the decisions that impact their lives. So engaging them in this visioning and this agenda setting is really essential. And oftentimes you'll be surprised. So this is an example from Germany where they did a huge national consultation campaign and went out all over the country and had community forums. And you see that people end up identifying some things that are, like outcomes, right? Like work-life balance or unspoiled nature. But there's also a lot of values that people identify, such as peace and respect, helpfulness, things like this. And processes are really important, right? So civic engagement, being actively engaged in this. And so throughout the guide, you'll find more examples from all over the world, right, of ways that people craft and communicate these visions, and ways that they're measuring them, right, and tips for how to measure them. And so this is in the guide, you'll find a lot of examples of well-being measurements that you can consider or use. But importantly, it explores what are principles for selecting those indicators. And I worked for a very long time in doing capacity development with governments around economic analysis. And this example, I thought I would raise it because it builds on what Julie was talking about in Wales. They held these principles for selecting indicators, and one was effective communication. So you need to choose indicators that people can immediately, intuitively understand as related to what you're trying to talk about, right? And that might seem obvious, right? But we use a lot of very, very abstract numbers and indicators like GDP, right? That end up becoming almost a faith as opposed to a real tool for helping to guide us in our decisions. And so I just want to put a little pitch there for anybody who's working in their community or as a policymaker who's interested in building a well-being economy, that this can be a good resource for you. But also to know that we're building a well-being economy policymakers network. And we also have a whole membership that is really working to implement this on the ground. So hope people will join, and feel free to reach out if you want more information.
Many thanks, Amanda. I mean, I think it's very challenging to work on guides that can be then globally applied, because you need to stay very, very generic and at the same time you need to be specific enough. I mean, but great to know that this is around, great to know that this is accessible, and we are also happy to distribute it within our communities, and I think it's really an interesting point forward, specifically that questions. But maybe let me ask you one thing. In Europe, for example, I think you have a strong base also in Europe with your members. Would you say there is a difference how well-being is defined in terms of nationalities or maybe regions, or what would be the point of distinguishing maybe?
Absolutely. I mean, I feel very strongly, and in reality, different communities have different understandings of well-being. And that makes sense, right? And I think one of the challenges of our age is to allow for a diversity of well-being priorities across and even within communities, right? So there is a need for a certain amount of selection in order to have a strategic sort of guide, but also to recognize that there are very valid priorities that might not be the ones selected that could be, so essential for certain groups. And this is why having, I think what Julie was saying, right? You have a broad framework, but you allow for it to be very adaptive and territorially driven on the ground, right? And so that for us is what we hope this guide provides, so that it can be adapted and utilized. And we're also, as Julie mentioned, it's all about experimentation. There isn't a tried and tested approach here, right? Like, let's try, let's see what works and what doesn't, and share knowledge and support one another on this journey to a well-being economy.
Excellent. Many thanks, Amanda. Maybe I can also draw your attention before handing over to Christian for his second intervention. There is a quite complex question in the chat. Maybe you want to have a look and then later on either to fracture it in your second intervention, or if you feel you can also definitely address it later on. But let me first hand over to Christian. The floor is yours.
Thank you. The movement of the economy for the common good was initiated very consciously, but there was no design how to strategically position or create the movement. it emerged. And it emerged according to more and more actors that got involved in our movement because they were attracted. And we asked ourselves, by what were they attracted? And we found, let's say, 3 reasons. One was a very powerful and ambitious vision connected to a precise narrative what the economy could be in the best case. Also connected to a timeless value. The common good is a value that exists through times and spaces. It's virtually universal. And the third factor, let's say, is that what we did is to offer every actor in the contemporary society, no matter if it's a single person or a company or a city, a region or university, a concrete, applicable, Otto Scham would call it replicable prototype. Maybe that's the secret of the pull factor of our movement. And that's our explanation why in 10 years it grew to this size. These are the figures. And not all at once. We started with companies, and there was just a bunch of companies in the beginning. Now we have 3,000 companies that support and almost 1,000 that apply from all sectors, organic farmers and bakers. This is an outdoor company. We have banks, 7 banks so far. Another prototype, we have created the first common good current account in Austria. This is a very new and successful prototype, and we now try to bring it to traditional banks, like an ethical segment of banking. We call it the common good banking. This is a public company. It was awarded at the COP24 because they succeeded in inducing their clients to consume less meat, which is good for health and the climate. Now let's jump to the field of science. We have created an ECG chair at the University of Valencia, which of course will in the future also teach other alternative models and not only ECG. It's doing research and it's training consultants and auditors. And there is a first study, applied economics for the common good in Austria. This is the first Spanish municipality that is applying ECG. And look, the consequence, we did not even expect that the young people stay in the countryside because they experience the increase of life quality if the city is explicitly orienting towards the common good. Other cities say it's a good example or a good way to implement the SDGs, which is we have here the adjustment of the common good matrix and the SDGs. And this is already the balance sheet of one of the districts of Barcelona. So again, Barcelona and Amsterdam are 2 very engaged cities. This district has 170,000 inhabitants, and first it did the common good balance sheet for itself. And in the second step, it's now helping and promoting private businesses to implement it. This is a political success. The European Economic and Social Committee approved the economy for the common good with a majority of 86% and recommended its inclusion in the legal framework of the European Union. So we cooperate with existing democratic institutions, but still we have developed an innovation which would fix the post-democracy dilemma. We call it sovereign democracy, which would put people over their representatives in exceptional cases. And this is one example in a format that's similar to the citizens' assemblies. We ask people so far in 25 countries where they would limit inequality, starting with income inequality. And they can, what's that? Oh, sorry, something happened. And they start, they can make many proposals and then vote all proposals with an innovative procedure of voting procedure. what is measured is resistance, and there is usually, let's say, a valley, and the lowest point is where the least resistance is, and usually worldwide it's factor 10, which would mean that the highest incomes are not higher than 10 times the lowest incomes. I have done it 500 times in 25 countries, and look at the comparison between factor 10 and what's the people's usual preference of maximum income inequality, and some examples of existing of the state of the art in some countries. It's at least 1,000 times or even 360,000 times. And this is an extreme gap between reality and what people actually desire. And this is a nice procedure which could be applied from the local level up to national level. And here is the summary. Today, actually, we managed to publish for the first time our 10 real-life prototypes, which are examples that exist and that work. And I invite you warmly to visit the website and to get in touch with these well-working prototypes, or simply to join the movement and co-create it further with us. Thank you.
Many thanks, Christian. That was indeed very interesting to get these concrete examples also, and these concrete really policy implications. I mean, just to mention from our side, the World Forum Process for Local Economic Development, we have now created this platform where we have very many institutions that are also working together, and we're looking to network further with all of you and to really help to share information, and maybe can also within the UN branch a little bit what we are maybe a bit more even specified and create the awareness on that kind of issues, because I do think it's twofold. On the one hand, it's of course where we as nations and localities need to develop ourselves, but then also through the UN inputs, I think we can also support to get things going in a certain direction. So I would be happy to discuss further on, but now we have not so much time left. I mean, I immediately hand over to Donny, please.
Thanks, Johannes. Something really interesting happened in Australia last week. The Australian government decided to, for the very first time, put up on its business website, business.gov.au, the word cooperatives, to actually give people the idea that you could start a business that is a cooperative. Yet the Australian economy has had cooperatives as a central part to agriculture, education, childcare for a long time. Andrew White at Oxford University did some research that I found compelling years ago. He spoke with executives at many of the world's top Fortune 500 companies. And after a couple of hours with each of them, he found that they all broke down in tears, saying, yes, my business model is actually unsustainable, but what's the alternative? My biggest suggestion from a policy perspective is actually almost pre-policy. It's to acknowledge the truth that certain business models extract money from real circulation within the real economy, and to acknowledge that there's an untold story of incredible success of businesses that actually circulate money within the economy. That consumer cooperatives, foundation-owned businesses, government enterprises, and non-profits that have business models underneath them make up almost 20% of the economy. To tell the story that IKEA is a not-for-profit, that Mozilla Firefox is a not-for-profit. We heard some examples from Spain and Wales. So knowing that Barcelona Football Club or Glas Cymru, the Welsh water system, are not-for-profit. And then in the last example, how many people know that the Welsh water system moved from a US-owned shareholder company over to a not-for-profit via the floating and successful floating of almost £2 billion of bonds on the European bond market. So in other words, knowing that there are models and ways that we can actually do business differently, for me is so fundamental here to ensure that we have the circularity of money that underpins so many of the challenges that we're facing. But outside of policy, I think we have a lot of abilities ourselves as community members. And addressing Lutz's question there in the chat about this notion of local markets, local economies. The studies show that almost 50% of our global economy outside of the market actually happens in terms of caregiving, in terms of voluntary work, in terms of ways that are non-monetized. And our work at the Post-Growth Institute has shown through our process of offers and needs markets, 2-hour-long processes that bring people together to remind each of us what we have to offer that we'd like to share with each other, whether that's for money or for barter or for gifting, etc. And we've now run these with more than 10,000 people worldwide. What's incredible is the amount of jobs, the amount of resources, the amount of needs that can be met when we start with, as Amanda said, the strengths-based approach and remind ourselves there's so much wealth in our communities, and the capitalist approach has monetized and marketized and said, hey, only certain businesses can do these things. But the reality is there's so much more agency. We can move our money with our banking, with our investments. We can move where we do our purchasing. We can move our labor. We can go and work for purpose-driven organizations. Often we have that privilege. We have the ability to move our attention and to tell a different story about what's possible based on the current reality that there is circularity in our economy financially when you look to alternative business models outside of the for-profit narrative.
Excellent. Many thanks, Donnie. I will use your main thought to hand over already to Evelyn and saying, Evelyn, how are you telling this untold story? Because I really think it's a critical point. And how do you tell this in a municipality like Amsterdam to your people? Please, Evelyn.
Well, in different ways, and I try to be very brief in my answer. At this moment, starting at, I think that was the last week of March, we were accommodating the Cities for Change Forum. It's a very broad forum as part of the Fearless Cities program. It's an international program. And during this forum, Cities of Change, we accommodate all kinds of discussions and interventions by citizens, organized by citizens and all kinds of organizations around the central theme of donut economy. How can we make sure as a shared responsibility that we are helping our city and ourselves to fit within the donut economy? So continuing this dialogue, I think it's extremely important. As one example, and another is we also need those interventions, as also Julie illustrated, on all levels. So the national level, where influencing a decision that the tax system will be changed from linear to circular in terms of moving taxes linked to labor, to moving taxes to primarily resources. Because on the one hand, it's really important to have this ongoing dialogue with our citizens and facilitating them to move in a different direction. And on the other hand, we need a different regulatory framework to really move into this new economic system and really focusing on well-being and on beyond GDP. So that means also that our tax system, which is fundamental part of our economy, to fundamentally change that as well. So we have to do it both ways.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, and thank you, all of you. I think it has been a quite inspiring discussion and intervention, and I think it is really timely to put this within the Forum of World for Local Economic Development, because I think we are discussing a lot of practicalities, meanwhile, which is very important, but also to get this concept, I think that will be very much appreciated. Just to remind you that we have that in streaming on several platforms, and it will be also recorded and then distributed through networks, the panel, the results, and that one of our aims is really to build partnerships. And I know both or many of you already working together, but I do think that also with our network and ourselves, it would be great if we could establish a bit more of a continuous working towards these, I think, pretty much shared aims and objectives that we have laid out, all of you, during this panel. So thanks a lot in the name of the International Coordination Committee of the Fifth World Forum. It was very interesting for me, and it was a pleasure to have you with me or with us today virtually in Argentina, Cordoba. Many thanks, and many thanks for participating out there at the screens. And have a nice day wherever you are still. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much to this beautiful panel for all the instances that you've had in this Fifth World Forum on Local Economic Development. This is the moment to remind you that all of those who have registered, the roundtable is beginning now. New technologies for the territorial development in emerging markets and traditional markets, organized by the CGLU, and it's also beginning the meeting of the development agencies, organized by the development agencies in Argentina, and at 3 o'clock time in Argentina, 8 o'clock time in Europe, the activity of the councillors Parliament starts for economic development in the YouTube channel of the Council. We have finished the 4th day. Tomorrow is the closing day of this World Forum at 9:30. The main act. And we will read a document at that time, and of course all the speakers that we still have to enjoy in this international event. So a pleasure to be here one more day, and we still have tomorrow, the last day, to enjoy the forum. Thank you, Maro, for being with us today, and thank you for being with us on the other side. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning, and also 1 o'clock in Europe, we'll be here to enjoy of this last day of the Fifth World Forum. To all of you, thank you for being there. We'll meet tomorrow again. Thank you.
inclusivas y sostenibles. De la mano de la Agencia para el Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de Córdoba, llega el quinto Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local. 5 días de transmisión en vivo. Más de 200 disertantes de América, Europa, Asia y África, construyendo respuestas territoriales, adaptadas al contexto global. Territorios e innovación, desigualdad y pandemia, el futuro del trabajo y el trabajo del futuro. Del 26 de mayo al 1 de junio, el mundo se da cita en nuestra ciudad. Juntos tenemos futuro. No te lo pierdas.